Well, it had to happen. After mainly fine weather here in Auckland, we now have on this final day of the World Bowls Singles Champion of Champions some rain. It's got heavier as I've been standing here, and I'm just pleased to say that I'm not out there playing in it. The forecasts, though, are reasonably positive, with the suggestion that the rain won't get any heavier than this. The players are warming up and in coolish weather, so they're all prepared to go, and by the end of the day we hope that we've got through unscathed. We're going to show you 4 games today. There'll be 2 quarterfinals, a women's and a men's quarterfinal, and then we'll go on to the finals this afternoon. So hopefully by the end of the day we'll be able to tell you who the champions are for 2024. We're starting with the women's quarterfinal match. It is Tonga against Cook Islands. I hope you're somewhere dry and you can enjoy.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of this, the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles Finals Day, live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. As John said, it's not the driest weather, but we're optimistic that it's going to improve as it goes on, and looking forward to bringing this quarterfinal to you. We've got Tonga and the Cook Islands, and then followed by the men's singles quarterfinal, and then the women's final and the men's final. They're completing their second trialling now, and will move into the game shortly. The green, as you can see, still running quite well. One of the good things about playing on a water weed, that is Maniatoto, is that it holds its speed. Still playing well. I think we're going to get to see some squeegees in action too here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. We're going to get some club volunteers hopping on the screen just to assist us with clearing the water off. As you see, Millie and Tio Kaitai Jim make their way underneath the eaves in the dry. They're not going to be there for very long. 2 sets of 7 ends and a 3-end tie break if required here at the World Champion of Champions Singles. And you'll note that the umpires in their blue kit for the ITO uniforms, it's different to the ordinary Bowls New Zealand umpires gear, and that's because it's a finals day here at a world event. If you look at that, we can see there's some pooling rain around our camera operator, Max.
And he's really enjoying it. He's looking forward to being out there all day, Alex.
That's what he was saying to me earlier.
Yeah.
More clever are these individuals here, the English supporters in the inside. So I've heard it from a good source, John, that we're going to get to see a squeegee in action.
Oh, good.
Very exciting.
Well, it is annoying because about 10 minutes before the trial ends began, it wasn't really wetting. There was a little bit of water out there, and you could sense that if it stayed like it was, they might have actually started and carried on. But in the last 10 minutes, it really has just got too heavy. But these are great greens, aren't they? We'll see those that water just swept off.
Well, yeah, provided that the heavens don't open.
Yeah.
If you're from a Northern Hemisphere country, even Australia, you might be thinking, oh, it's going to slow the greens down. I can assure you the greens, they're not going to slow down as long as there's no surface water. So you see the surface water there, that would certainly slow a bowl down. But once they're squeegeed, because it's a water weed, it's very flat on the surface. So they actually, if anything, will tend to get a little bit quicker here in New Zealand. There we have the Chris Lander, the tournament director. He's been checking the rain radar this morning, John. About to check it again.
That's a wise move to cut off. Take the camera off Chris there for the moment. He's just frustrated because as we were driving in, I came in with him, and he'd checked the rain radar, and he said, oh no, we'll be fine till 4 o'clock. I said, what are you looking at? And he said, well, this one here, this says, we'll probably be okay till 4 o'clock. And I said, oh, okay. But what I've seen is
Oh, he's a more optimistic man. But
Yeah.
what we can do, John, we may as well talk. Let's talk the people through the quarterfinals as we see them. So here's the women's quarterfinal draw. So at the top of the draw, we've got Sarah Kelly taking on the defending champion Anne Nunes. Then Lani McGorman from Australia.
Well, I'm just looking at the Sarah Kelly. It was really stressful for the Irish supporters here, and we know we had a lot of Irish people watching. It was must-win matches yesterday for her when she played against the Canadian, and then she went on and had another victory, and then came up in that area where she said, "I know I'm there." That's great, because the family were impressed with that. And Nunes, of course, was unbeaten throughout the majority of the tournament.
Dropping just the one match.
Yeah. Lani McGorman lost her first and then carried on well for the Australian. Annika Skeepers also just teetering in the middle of the table for a long time, but managed to get up. Millie Nathan, who we'll see with any luck, and Tia Kotai Jim from the Cook Islands. She finished third in hers, but she took a set off. Who was she in this? Oh, set off the unbeaten player, and that was against against Australia. That's right. She went to a tiebreaker against Australia, and then she beat the Indian Saikia, who has down the bottom
Qualified as well.
So Tia Kotai Jim. So we'll be hopefully seeing her in action. Steph Brainfield, gosh, she had to play that last game, didn't she? The knockout game to see who got in 8th place, and she won that. And Saikia of India. So that's the women's field that we'll see today, and at the end of that, through to the semis and then on to the final. Schreiner, of course, of Australia in the men's has been a standout.
Yeah, I think, and we've spoken about it a lot, but Lee is arguably the most experienced player from one of the home nations or one of the bigger bowling nations here at the World Champion Singles. Has won this event before. He won it in 2019, and he played a Minnow Nation in that final. I don't recall what country, but it was. I remember I watched it live, John, and I thought I didn't know they played bowls there, but Lee won it with the last bowl, an absolute bomb. So one to watch out for.
Absolutely, and he'll be playing Watana, who played against Lewis King, and we showed that match, and Watana lost the first set 7-5, won the second 6-3, and went to a tiebreaker, which King, who's a real fighter, down the bottom of the table there. So Watana deserves to be there, of course. Isaac, we saw yesterday, not at his best, honestly, in that game that we saw, but Ross Owen, who went through the same sort of procedure, had to win an extra match last night to qualify.
And to even get to that extra match, he required things to go his way. Did Ross Owen from Wales.
Wayne Roberts we haven't seen, one of the taller players here. We've mentioned that he's moving to New Zealand, and we'll certainly welcome him here against Pat Bird of Canada. He's been playing really well, very experienced player. And then at the bottom we've got Aidan Takarua, a New Zealand champion, against Lewis King. Probably, along with Schreiner, has been, just outstanding and fighter. What a fighter he is. So that's the draw for the quarterfinals. We'll be showing you one of the women's matches and one of the men's. The men's match we'll see is that bottom clash between Takarua and King. Take another wee look outside, possibly just to show you what it's looking like now, and you'll tell that the rain has not eased at all, although I don't think it's got any heavier. So the only brave person out there at the moment is Max, our cameraman.
Oh, but he's being clever because he's standing underneath the eaves, which I respect. You can see there a good weather for ducks in the middle of the green, but honestly, we come from New Zealand, John. I've played a lot of bowls here. It's not as bad as it looks. I promise.
No.
Once it's been squeegeed off, it'll stay fine.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, if the rain was to stop now, would be probably in action in 40 minutes or so, would we?
I'll be less than that. Literally however long it takes to push a squeegee across a puddle, and it'll be cleared. I'm not entirely sure what the delay is on the squeegees. Perhaps we've gone looking for some squeegees, John. An impressive view anyway when we do squeegee greens. And I suppose for casual viewers who might not have watched much bowls, it's hard to. How would you explain a squeegee on a green, John?
Well, to be honest,
You'll see it if you hang around.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, form your own opinion. I recall being in, well, just to change sport, and I see you've got my copy of my book in front of you, Alex. That was nice.
It's a great book too.
I think I was at the Rugby World Cup in South Africa in 1995 in Durban when a similar situation occurred, where it looked as though a match was going to be not played because of the rain there, and out of the grandstand came these people involved in the rugby ground at Durban, and they all had various sorts of squeegees and mops and brooms and brushes, and they pushed the water off. It was very
It's quite
interesting.
remarkable, isn't
Things
it?
have changed.
What we're going to do, we'll keep talking for a little while, John, maybe 5 minutes, and by that time the tournament directors will have made a decision, but it may be that we have a rain delay of 20 minutes to half an hour, depending, I think, on when we can actually get those squeegees out. We've had a look at the rain radar, and it's looking positive. I'm confident we'll get the games done today there. Brett O'Reilly in the background, the president of World Bowls. He's now gone out of camera shot, which is not helpful for the broadcast, but great for the broadcast group. We'll be fine. Everything's going to be okay.
And you'll notice that just to the left there of Brett, there's a table set up and a barbecue being sorted. So that's probably the main reason. There we are, barbecue. So immediately Brett O'Reilly is attracted
to the barbecue.
Yep,
Yeah.
and talking to the barbecue person, and is probably putting his first order in. For bowlers around the world, it's a bit of a southern hemisphere dominated World Bowls organisation at the moment, with O'Reilly now the president, and we have seen quite a bit too of the CEO of Bowls, the World Bowls, who's I think he's just flicked off, hasn't he?
He is, yeah. Neil,
Yeah.
he's headed back.
Yep, headed back to Australia after being here for the Oceanias.
And we'll let Max, our cameraman, go into the dry, because we are going to have a rain delay here at the World Bowls champion singles. So Max, you can come inside. We'll have about a half hour delay, and we'll put a graphic up on screen shortly, John.
Yep. All right.
We've had an interesting time here, and I suppose we could argue that it's, we're building the anticipation for the quarterfinal that we're going to see, and hopefully when we return in half an hour or so, the weather will be improved. Before we do that, I'm going to put you on the spot, John. Having had a look at the, we'll talk about the men's game, or the men's event, because that's the one where we have a New Zealander featuring Aidan Takarua playing Lewis King at the bottom of the draw. Do you think we're a chance of seeing an Australia-New Zealand final?
Oh, absolutely. The way that is, the draw is set up, we have Schreiner at the top of the draw, and Takarua and playing King at the bottom of the draw. It's not easy, We've seen all these players play over the last few days, and what we've seen is we've been impressed with the ability of these players under pressure.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, has been the difference for them. So these guys all deserve to be here. They're all capable of getting through. But when you look at the standard, the form of Schreiner, for example, and, King and Takarua, well, who's going to win that one? Lots to look forward to when we do get some play.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a break now. Time for a cup of tea. It's a rain delay here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club for the World Champion of Champions Singles. We'll hopefully see you very soon.
used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Welcome back to the Browns Bay Bowling Club. After that false start that you might have seen at 9 o'clock this morning when the rain started to come down, there's been a huge amount of activity here. Once the rain stopped, there were so many volunteers here to get rid of that surface water. They had the sweepers out, they've had the roller out, we've had help from all sorts of people, including some of the visiting bowlers. Charlie Herbert, for example, the American singles player, he was out there doing his best to help get rid of that water. It has been cleared. It looks absolutely fantastic now. There's a change to the schedule, of course. We'll inform you about that during our commentary this morning of our first game. It's still the same match as was scheduled. It's a women's quarter-final match. It's between Tonga and the Cook Islands. The world champion singles champion of champions continues here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. I hope you enjoy what we've got in store for you.
Thanks, John. Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Championship Singles, as John said, live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club here on the North Shore, and looking forward to this one. It's Millie Nathan and Tia Kotai Hai Jim from the Cook Islands. It's a quarter-final. We had to wait. It was due to start at 9 a.m, but there's been a little bit of rain, so we've delayed it to this quarter to 11 start. We had volunteers out on the green squeegeeing them. 2 trial-ends have been completed, and I believe this is Millie's first bowl. Although it's a second trial end. Great. Well, it's a good thing it wasn't her first bowl, John, because it wasn't as close as she would have liked it to be.
No, it's good to see you were paying attention, Alex.
I always pay attention.
Well, I just can't, you can't get over it. There'll be people who are tuning in now saying, what, they're playing? After seeing the amount of water that fell here, but that's the advantage of these greens. And it was a good team effort out there, wasn't it? Lots of people. I mentioned Charlie Herbert here and Nunes' husband, Jim, I think it was out there. They'd got a couple of hose together. They doubled it up, filled it up with water, and they were dragging it across the green. And it was semi-effective, but once the roller got out there, and
good stuff.
the volunteers remarked it, it was all set to go.
And for those outside of New Zealand, you may think, well, it's been raining, so it's going to slow the green down, but not really. The green will be still running very close to 17 seconds. There's no surface water on the green. Maniatoto likes water. And you can see there, I mean, the jack has been overplayed. I think we're going to see that delivered back. So certainly not a slow green by any stretch of the imagination, John.
No, and these players, they like Millie from Tonga, plays in the Auckland area, so she knows exactly what the conditions are like. Not the same though for her opponent today, who is Tia Kotai Jim of the Cook Islands, and very small bowling population there. She does belong to that Rakahanga Bowling Club. Mentioned earlier, but we're allowed to repeat stuff now.
Yeah,
it's a while ago since we were talking. The fact that for it's intriguing, isn't it? You have a player from really small bowling nation, Cook Islands, getting into the quarterfinals of the World Champion of Champions singles, and you might think, oh, she had an easy draw, but no, she's a talented player who took the Australian Lainey McGorman to a tiebreaker, and she beat Saikia of India, who had up until that stage been unbeaten.
Mm-hmm. And look at this for a first bowl. I timed it, John. It's running at 17 seconds flat here.
Yeah.
Which is unsurprising, as we've spoken about on the New Zealand greens. What a team effort it was, clearing the green off. Oh, good start from Jim, the Cook Islander.
It does look as though it's not quite finishing. The bowls aren't finishing on as they did previous days, but I was chatting to Sarah Kelly from Ireland before. I said, oh, here we go, New Zealand weather. And she said, we're quite used to rain. Good recovery there from Millie Nathan from Tonga. So Tonga, the black bowls, Cook Island, the red. She's using arrows.
Well, the weight there was lovely from the Cook Islander, but just underneath the line, Millie's had a be more than a week of bowls now, John. She, of course, was a member of the Tongan Oceania Challenge team that was played at Royal Oak in New Lynn, what seems like months ago.
Indoors and on carpet, of course that was, so totally different to what we're seeing here. Te Kotai looking to improve her line. That's a good track. She might just not have the weight to get up here. So she's had her four bowls. She's one down at the moment. An opportunity for Millie Nathan to grab a second. Lots of favourable comments about having Barry Lester on board yesterday. For those of you who didn't hear, Barry, Australian representative, but is now doing lots of coaching, and it was fascinating to hear some of his insight, not so much into the games that were being played, but into the game itself, the game of bowls.
He's been around for a very long time, Barry Lester. I played at the 2006 Commonwealth Games. An interesting... I'll finish that thought in a second, but look, we've got a brave crowd outside, John, in front of those who are, I wouldn't say more intelligent, perhaps more frightened of the rain inside. And what a massive cushion that is on the left of that seat. Very comfortable.
Looks like our Cyprus representative there. We'll see a lot of the players who aren't involved in the post section have come along. Lucas Paraskeva. Been nice chatting to him over the last 3 or 4 days. Indeed, it's been a pleasure to be here and just to meet with and talk bowls and other things with so many players, and many of them have been here for a while before the competition started, and others are staying on for a bit of a break afterwards. It's a handy opener there from Tonga.
Not far away from the Cook Islander either. What I was going to say, John, when I was talking about Barry having played the 2006 Commonwealth Games, is, as we know, the Commonwealth Games to come are going to be a sort of truncated event with the set system expected to be in place, and you might be thinking, oh, that's different for the Commonwealth Games. It's actually not. We've had it before. 2006 and 2010 Com Games are both played under a set format. So it's not new. It's been done before and it was successful then, and I'm sure it'll be a success this time around as well.
So what is a bit unusual is that it appears it might only be singles and pairs. But even so, that's worth battling for. Getting into your Commonwealth Games team is a major target for any aspiring player.
Millie settling right down early on. It's been a force to be reckoned with over this event. Plays her domestic bowls out of the North Harbour Centre, of which Browns Pay is a member. Oh,
yeah. Well, it mightn't be too bad actually.
Didn't like it very much.
No,
but
no. She steps back and almost admires it because it wasn't far off being a perfect bowl to just rattle that jack back slightly.
Both these players have family that play the sport as well, John.
Yes, I went over and chatted to Te Kai earlier this morning, Te Koto this morning, and I said, so Emily Jim, who played in the Burnside or the under-26 event in Christchurch, she said, oh yes, my daughter. And then I said, well, what about Philip, who was there? No, Philip is my husband. I said, but there was a Philip who was only 18 or 19. Oh, that's our son. So the entire family plays bowls, and to a very good standard too. The two that I mentioned, Emily and Philip, are really got a great amount of promise.
Oh, would you look at this? If she clears the front bowl, that was such a good effort. That's within millimetres of perfection. She thought she had nailed that, John. I was about to get excited.
So again, it's only a single, so she did have the opportunity though to just drag one around that short bowl. Just got an edge to it, unfortunately, and just flicked it.
Yeah, see if we can get a replay of that.
Just so close. The line looked perfect right from the moment it left Te Kotai's hand. It was just that shortish bowl of Tonga's which held it up.
Even though it wasn't a perfect result, you take confidence from playing a bowl well, John, if you look at this. Oh. Well, just imagine it.
Yeah.
It was a good shot.
We've had actually a few hiccups, haven't we? One of our monitors kept going out, and we thought, oh, maybe the water's getting into the wires.
I don't think it's been helpful, the rain,
No.
to be fair, with famously electrical equipment and rain aren't the best of friends. We got there, John.
One thing we've been discussing too in this advanced technological age, how do you cover a camera to stop the rain getting in, but also stop whatever the cover is from getting over the lens and still enabling you to adjust the lens? So that was a good discussion. So people have got ideas, and we'd like to hear from you.
My best idea so far with the advanced technology we have available to ourselves is a bucket.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure there's potentially a better option. That was a good shot there from the Cook Islander. We do have a challenge with the cameras, as they are covered with rain jackets, but the rain jackets...
They sort of make the camera inflexible, don't they? And it still exposes a bit of the camera.
You
so
can
here
see
we
it.
go here.
See there, that guy's got a rain jacket on his head.
Yeah.
But it's sort of, they do a fantastic job in keeping the cameras dry, and they're designed for PDZ cameras, but what they don't do is allow the camera to move a huge amount, which is frustrating from a broadcast point of view. So on the lookout for a better option. Open to sponsorship if anyone wants to.
yeah, that's good.
Oh, lovely effort.
I think this is going to be a classic game, isn't it?
It's good to see the Oceania nations represented as well. Little inside out from Millie Nathan. That's a nice bowl, well played.
They're in the zone, aren't they? Laughter went out once just before the games were meant to start at 9 o'clock and the rain was starting. I wandered out to see where the players might be, and they were both out there having a good chat to each other. So wonderful thing about bowls is that it's serious. There's a world title at stake for these players. It's a progress through to the semi-finals, which would be a wonderful achievement. And here they are, just having a natter out the back.
For those tuning in who are interested in results from the other quarterfinals, I am very pleased to report that Bowls New Zealand has been able to provide live score updates on those. And if you're wondering where they are, you need to type in Bowls New Zealand onto your Facebook. Into Facebook, find our Facebook page, and the links are all there for the quarterfinal link for the quarterfinals that are ongoing. There'll be live updates. Keep in mind it's one person behind a computer, so some of them may not be instantaneous, but certainly a good place to go and have a look at some results and some mighty games going on out there today, John.
Tia Kotai looking to get rid of the shot bowl. Takes out one of her own.
At least a two.
Yeah, 2 down. So the change in the schedule, as I mentioned just as we went to air, the men's quarterfinals are now being played at the same time. They're using rink B, green B here. So that means that we won't be showing you the scheduled quarterfinal men's match. We'll move straight into semi-finals.
A semi-final, yeah.
Because the semi-finals will be played at the same time.
And
then we'll give you the two, hopefully, weather permitting, the two finals.
So it's just some decisions to be made by
at which stage
people above the broadcast team, and we'll just we'll put on onto the broadcast what we can, John.
Yep. And at which stage Alex might be working by himself because I've got a flight to catch.
A short jack delivered here. Interesting.
It's a promising start here from Millie Nathan. She's got a brother and her father, I think, and their coach sitting. Oh no, they're not over the back, but certainly their coach, Peter Thorners. So
I'd recognise those legs anywhere, John, in the background.
Yeah. Yesterday we saw the Canadian hard case Claire Day playing, and she wears a hat with, I think you'd call it a garland, similar to what we've got here from Te Akotai. She designed hers when she was in Honolulu, and she's, I think I mentioned she was a life member of the Honolulu Bowling Club, Claire Day. So she always wears flower arrangement in her hats, sort of from the Honolulu area. She said, "Oh, what I like too is that the lady from Cook Islands uses the same, does the same." So here's a wonderful garland that Te Akotai is wearing on her head.
Functions as some sort of sun protection. Not as effective as the South African visor that we saw earlier on, John, but perhaps more
glamorous.
Yes.
Yeah. Adding colour to bowls, which is another thing. If you go back and see some old footage of, well, not so much World Champion of Champions because they haven't been going all that long, but some years back, and you see everyone dressed in white, and still get surprises from people who wandering past here at Browns Bay and saying, "So what's with all the colour?"
Mm-hmm.
Still that perception that bowls is a whites only sport.
Moved on. How's the weight here from Millie? She's trying to make it 3. She's fallen short there, but still an okay looking head really. It's a very narrow target, holding a good 2. 4 up after 3 on the board.
Te Akotai might just stay with that forehand and try and punch those 2 shots of her opponents out, and the jack will come back to the right as we look at it. Yes, there she goes, playing with weight, looking to spring that jack back. I think she'll have another go at it. She's shown a hand already.
It's good to see that intention.
Probably less weight, and that would have been perfect line. She would have just brought it in. It doesn't need to be much impact to move the jack back.
Covering the back here, John, is Millie. It's a question of as to whether it'll come back in. Not sure. There we are back in there. The courtesy of those, they've got very wide rinks here at the World Champion of Champions Singles, and the Cook Islander saying, "Well, I won't hit it quite as hard, but look at this."
Just going to slide across the front. Unlucky. Even a wee flick there would have been enough, wouldn't it? That was a very good try. So good thinking bowls here from Te Kotai Jim. But it's a couple of shots to Milika Nathan. And she extends that lead now to 6-0.
Very comfortable lead it is too for the Tongan representative. Playing well. You look to make hay while the sun shines in this game, John.
I noticed this. There, I was hoping that Max would go back. The woman there knitting, I said to her on the first day, so I'm not sure if that's my colours or, me being silly. I don't think it'll fit me in it. So it's a shawl she's making. She's got another one that's completed that she's done already. And I said, showing my experience, I said, is that what, fisherman's rib that you're doing? She said, no, it's just, I can't remember now, plain.
Plain.
So we had a good discussion about knitting, of which I know very little.
Garter stitch.
Garter stitch? No, it wasn't garter
just
stitch.
garter stitch, and then
Yeah.
something to do with purling.
Pearl, yeah, knit one, pearl one. That's
Yeah, and I
what
think
you
that's
used to say,
one way round and the other way
Yeah,
around, and you
yeah.
get
So
the ribbing.
So not the only person who uses knitting as a way of not feeling as though you're wasting time by just sitting there watching bowls. She's productive. Now an opportunity here for Te Kotai as Millie Nathan has pushed her opening bowl well deep. Really needs to get on the board now. This is only end 5, so the set hasn't got away from her, but it's in danger of doing so. Good correction.
And it's a delightful bowl from
Yeah.
Millie. That's what we've seen. We saw it on the broadcast on day 1, John, and we've seen it by accounts all this week. Just really, really steady bowls from Millie Nathan.
She might not have the shot for long.
Well played. Oh, what a shot.
Very good. So the other quarterfinals are Sarah Kelly of Ireland against Anne Nunes of the United States. Lainey McGorman of Australia against Annika Skipis of South Africa. And Steph Brandfield of England against Sakia of India. Well, I think that Te Kotai's eyes might be lighting up a wee bit here. You can see the possibility that she's got. Remaining on the backhand and just bringing the jack back a few inches. Oh, okay. Play the forehand and
Commentators
and even,
curse.
well, and even of course if she does get the jack, it'll still take it out to give her a 3.
Oh, she'll be
Surprised
disappointed
at
with that.
Yeah.
Be interested to see what Millie plays here. She should be on her forehand.
Very accurate marker. It's one of those, all the markers were out having a roll up before as they tested the speed of the green, those that play, and there's some very good bowlers amongst the markers.
Oh, look at this. Look at this, John. Wow.
Oh, dead-eye Dick.
Oh,
Beautiful
what
bowl.
a bowl. Really in the zone.
Oh, not a mile away either. We flick off our own bowl. Oh, gosh. Almost perfect bowl for 2, but instead it is another single to the Tongan champion, Millie Nathan. She leads now by 8-1.
8-0.
8-0, yes, that's right.
Look at that. Beautiful bowl. It was. Perfection. And Millie Nathan in fine form. It's interesting. It's the Cook Islanders playing some nice bowls, but Millie will be thinking, look, try and tick over end over end over end. See how many in a row you can go, keeping your opposition scoreless. She's essentially done enough work now where she should be comfortable defending this set. So you just want to keep doing the same thing. And I'd be surprised if that's up, John.
Yeah.
Be very surprised. Well, I was talking about doing the same thing. This is the opposite to that, and probably the one chance in the set now for the Cook Islander to change something. We'll see her move the mat. Well, this is just...
She might not just go short. Oh, she's pretty much putting it down to where I think Millie was looking at.
I'm a bit confused.
And that's fine if that's what you're comfortable with as well, isn't it? I often think, as you say, better players than me say, or change up anyway, you know, even if you don't think you're totally comfortable with it, just get it away from what's suiting the other person.
Yeah, I mean, this plan has resulted in an 8-0 advantage to Millie.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe try something else.
Yeah.
And Millie's played a good bowl. So, I mean, it really felt like that was an opportunity for Jim to change something. There's, I can never remember that the brother and the father...
It's the father.
Elder Nathan and slightly younger Nathan.
Yeah.
Look remarkably similar. You can tell they're related.
They look, honestly, to meet them, you think brothers, which is no disrespect to the younger, it's more respect to the older.
Yeah, he's held his age well.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
it's a healthy living.
I take back everything I've said. Look at that from Jim there. She's drawn a beautiful bowl on the forehand. So she knew what she was doing there and not changing anything at all. Millie on the backhand. Oh, good weight. Sorry, green. One of the two. It's day 10, John. I'm going loopy. And
good track. Pop that out. Nice. Two very good bowls from Te Kotai Jim.
Important too for Jim because, of course, with the World Bowls laws, John, in the most recent update, if it's a knockout round like this, so points diff, etc., doesn't come into it, once you mathematically can't win the set or game, it finishes.
Yeah.
So she needs to, if this is the sixth end, she actually needs to score a 4 here or we'll go straight into set 2. But holding 2, so still half a chance of scoring the 4.
Oh.
Needs this one to count. Keep running. Oh, not going to manage it.
She was up the end there just trying to encourage it. But she knew, I think when she let it go, she felt it was going to be short.
Millie.
In the zone.
Oh, nice bowl. And you'd think that'd be enough to prevent a 4 here, John. A
Yes,
3's possible,
absolutely.
but we should be going to the second set now. Well, shortly.
Is that a bit of drizzle reappearing there?
No,
Is it not? That's
No.
my glasses.
I've told it it's not allowed to rain.
Okay.
So wash those words out of your mouth, John. Look
Oh, 3 lovely bowls there from Jim, but it won't be enough to force this set to continue. She certainly does pick up a single. She's on the board at least, and that's a good omen for her as they move into the second set. And it is 8-1 in favour of Tonga in that first set.
And on we move.
So we're away again. Milika Nathan of Tonga puts the jack down. She said when she arrived this morning and saw the threatening rain, I said, "Oh, you'll be looking forward to this, Millie?" And she said, "Oh, I hate the rain. I hate playing when it's wet." She wasn't at all disappointed when it was postponed. So the time did we start? About 11:15, so nearly 2 hours lost, and an hour of that was with rain falling, and then the rest of the time was just spent in clearing the decks and making the greens look like they are now, perfect for play. So end one of set 2. Nice track coming in from Te Kotai Jim.
And what a perfect start for Te
lovely.
Kotai. You know, she'll be disappointed with how that first set went, but the beauty of the set system, John, is you get to start from scratch with that opportunity, and that's a really good first bowl. Essentially, you'd treat it as 6 try-ins, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Just notice you might have the markers all wearing different tops today. Joseph van der Pennen is the marker for this one. Plays out of the Canterbury area, and they've been wearing black throughout, but for today they've got the tops like that. They've got wet weather jackets the same, and caps and hats.
Their international technical official World Bowls gear, because it is a finals day. And look at this from the Cook Islander. That is
It's
a
beautiful.
lovely shot for 2. Really good start to the second set.
One thing you'll notice possibly throughout this is that neither player is reluctant to play with weight. Millie Nathan is very good when it comes to just shunting bowls out with a yard on or more. Here she goes. Gets one of these.
Yeah.
Does it nicely.
It's almost her favoured shot, John.
Yeah.
She plays them so well, and incredibly well considering how hard they are to play on these greens. Always in the area with her bowl. We'll go through some results at the conclusion of this end of the quarterfinals that are in progress.
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Take one out and put one back.
Beautiful.
What a great situation for Jim here from Cook Islands.
Looks like a golden opportunity, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see Millie stay on the back end.
Yesterday we saw one sensational shot which capitalised on a similar situation, although the player Ronald from Macau, China was only holding 1. He had the potential there to pick up a 4, and he played the most superb shot and grabbed that 4. So it's still on here for Jim. She's holding 1.
Yeah.
Does she want to be adventurous and just, well, she doesn't, not going to miss by much because she's been so close. Look at those bowls of hers just behind the head.
Has to. There's no danger here, John.
No.
Yeah, play on your backhand the same. She's literally just played it with her second and third bowl. Keep that weight, and we could see a magnificent start to this opening end for the Cook Island representative. See on the backhand, if you play weight just to those 2 pink bowls that sit at 6 and 8 on your screen, and picture the jack being there as well. How good would that be?
And of course what she can also do is just pop that black bowl out and set for 2. So there's a chance for 4. There's a definite opportunity for 2. And with that line, she's not going to be far away. Or is her weight going to let her down? Oh, gosh, she'll be disappointed.
Should be gutted.
Yep. However, getting on the board takes that first end.
There's no reason to miss short there. But scoring is better than not scoring. And as you say, John, 1-0 on this first end after one end.
Yep, so she's scored in the last 2 ends.
Yeah.
Getting some momentum.
That's the thing, isn't it? The short format games as well, only 7 ends. Now, I said I was going to give some updates, so I will. To those viewers who are interested, I can tell you that Steph Branfield of England has defeated Saikia of India 9 shots to 2 in set 1, and they've begun set 2 of their game, so that's that quarterfinal. In the quarterfinal between Liane McGorman and Annika Schwepper. Sorry, I was thinking of the fizzy drink. Skeeper.
Yep.
I just want a sparkling duet.
Yeah, wanted to see if I was awake.
Liane, I'm going.
Laney,
I'm going. I can't do it.
Yep,
It's 7-2 anyway to the Australian in the first set. And the second set, the score is 5-0 to the Australian.
Okay.
So looking good for Australia in that quarterfinal. And the other quarterfinal that I have updates for between the defending champion Anne Nunez of America taking on Sarah Kelly of Ireland. And in the first set, Anne has won that 6 shots to 3. And in the second set, she currently trails 0 shots to 2.
Wow.
For Sarah Kelly. So a big battle going on there in that quarterfinal, and apologies to everyone whose name I've just mangled in the endeavour to get those broadcast scores out.
The prospect of tiebreakers is appealing.
Seen so many this week.
Yeah. So Millie Nathan of Tonga has taken the first set 8-1. Didn't need to play the 7th end. She trails 1-0 in the second set, and that's about the length of jack that Jim played coming this way when she won the last end of that first set. And she's landed on that spot, but the jack, unfortunately for her, is 2 metres further on, and that's right in the zone for Millie Nathan. So Millie holding a couple.
Playing very steady bowls. Viewers interested in finding the live scoring results for themselves, because of course we're limited on the broadcast. We're not going to spend the entire time just reeling off who's scored how many shots. You can find it on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. The post right at the top has 7 links to the 7 quarterfinals that are not being broadcast. And just quickly, the one I will read out, Aidan Takarua currently 8-1 up over Lewis King from England in the first set. The Kiwis.
They started a little bit later, the men, because they were still cleaning the water off their green.
That bowl staying up on the paddock from Millie.
For Tia Kotai, her line's been pretty good with those first 2 bowls, but she's finished short with both. Not going to be short this time, but not getting herself into any advantageous position at all.
And that's all 4 bowls gone from the Cook Island representative, so very likely to drop a loose 3 here. And Millie Nathan must be feeling very confident in this quarterfinal. Looks so focused, John.
Yep.
Watch this. Sorry.
So looking focused and
Looked focused.
playing the shot. Well, it still might be another shot there.
That would be staggering if it was.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon. What's Joseph going to tell us? Just the 2. 2 there.
Gosh. Very loose end for a quarter-final at the World Champion of Champions. But it's Nathan of Tonga leading now by 2-1. 2 ends gone.
Oh, looks like a nice umbrella there. And some people watching over the fence. Peter, I think that's Peter Nathan, the father. And there's that the Tongan manager, it is, isn't it? Daniel King.
Yep. And their coach under the shelter.
Yeah, Peter switched on. Long jack delivered. And Millie straight into her work.
Te Kotai had the green perfect coming this direction last time. The jack was shorter, but she was nailing it every time. Well, learned a lesson from the previous end. She's not going to be short this time. But her and if her green had been better, that would have been just about the right weight. So we expect that correction from both of these players. Nathan had the green perfectly and now adds. That's nice, isn't it? Just needed to add a metre, and she does so.
Beautiful
to
bowl.
perfection. See where Te Kotai's first bowl has finished. If you take the line back from there, if she plays that same shot, she'll just about get the shot. Or knock the shot out.
Steering after it. I think we're going to see it just go past. Not the end of the world there.
Oh, Nathan really putting the screws on now.
Beautiful line again.
That's two.
Oh, what do you think we played here, John? The forehand seems like the natural shot to play, which is to the left of your screen. Just replacing the shot bowl or trailing the jack back. Is it to keep running? Oh, that's second. Well, it's at least second shot, isn't it?
Maybe.
Just feels like we may see some aggression from.
Well, it's a difficult bowl to get at, but she might look at.
Just have to
Well,
try.
either hand is open for her until now.
This bowl could be a blocker. Largely is, actually. You can no longer. Before then, I was thinking that Jim may look to chip off the shot bowl on the forehand, but perhaps. Oh, I don't know, John. What would you play?
Well, I'm looking at backhand really, where she can that bowl that's just sitting out from the on the right hand side of the centre line is a target for her.
The one that sits
So
at 1
backhand-
o'clock to the jack.
Yeah. Backhand down there, hit that.
We've got bad news for you, John.
Yeah. She can see it differently.
I like the aggression. Oh, we don't even need to.
I don't think those were prayers either. I think that was. I should have gone the backhand as John suggested. I'm sure that's what you were saying.
Well, at the least, it's like maybe I shouldn't have. A bit disappointed.
Yeah.
We have some Browns Bay Ians. Browns Bay Ians? What's the term for people from Browns Bay? Browns Bayites? Browns Bay.
Lucky people, I think. I don't know.
Bowling club members is
Yep.
what we've got. Watching on with the barbecue in front of them. Did a good job this morning. It was such a team effort to clear the green of the little bit of rain and indicated there. Keep your hand up, Joseph. I can't see it. Oh, typical. Well, there was a certain number of shots to... One shot to Millie Nathan there, so... Of course it was. 3-1 after 3 ends. Not quite as dominant shots-wise in this set, John.
No. And my feeling is that Te Koto Jim has had really good opportunities.
Chances.
Yeah, and I think she'll be disappointed that she hasn't taken those. Here we go with the first bowl of this, the fourth end.
Down to the weight. Yeah, nicely done. The ends have been getting longer and longer as this game's gone on. The track's still running. It was 17 seconds flat when I timed it. Once they came back from the rain, it'll just continue to get a little bit quicker again. Rain doesn't slow New Zealand greens down like it does in other countries. So much so, I mean, look at this here from... That's just thundering into the ditch, isn't it?
Yeah. Jim really needs to get something in close here and just turn the momentum around, because Nathan is really having it all her own way.
Yeah, handy bowl.
She's a bit reluctant to play the other side.
You always wonder how many opportunities you're going to get in a game to make it come back, John, and you can almost feel them slipping out of the fingers. Square, yeah, a bit unlucky there. That was nice weight.
Yeah, but good for next time, isn't it? So
Absolutely.
She played that nice weight. Play that weight again, or you've got the option of just having a wee nibble at the shot bowl.
Yeah, the challenge for Jim is that she doesn't have any... Well, her back bowl is on the bank.
Yeah.
So
look at
it's
this.
very much a back bowl, and Millie
She's
Nathan...
going to tickle that for 3.
That's outstanding. She's playing really good bowls here.
Yeah.
Very hard to compete against that. Backhand as well as the call here. You should be reaching through to the bowl that sits at 6 o'clock to your screen. Might get a wriggle. Bit quicker than I thought, but who knows? Close, John. 1, 2, 3. Oh, just 1, 2.
It's just 1.
Chip the bowl out. You can see there 1 bowl to the far left of your screen and 1 bowl to the far right. It's out. Okay. That's because it's a toucher there. Joseph just checking. Do you think we'll see aggression again from the Cook Islander, John?
I think so, yeah. Or where does this one finish? Yeah, it's another one. So that's still 3 shots, I think, to Millie.
Just playing exceptionally well. Hard to compete against, and just indicating that toucher of Millie's in the ditch is out of bounds, and maybe we'll see more attacking on the backhand here from the Cook Islander.
Well, it probably won't do much for her, actually, because she hasn't got... That bowl that's on the bank is a real pain for her, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Inside edge on that. Flick that off. Sit that. Okay, sit that. And give yourself 2 down rather than 3.
Yeah, it's an improvement.
Yep, the bowler's come down. And that's 5-1 now after 4 ends.
Dire straits for Cook Island supporters now if you're tuning in to this quarter-final. Been all traffic in the direction of Millie Nathan, who's playing outstanding bowls here this morning at Browns Bay Bowling Club. Won the first set 8 shots to 1. Finds herself 5-1 up in this set on the 5th end. And has 1 hand on that semi-final berth, but potentially a twist or 2 left in the tail of this match. You never know. Again, that longer jack.
Yeah, she's comfortable with that, no doubt. And it's great that a player who feels as though they're comfortable with a certain length is able to constantly put the jack there. She's been impressive with how she's managed her game here. So I see the other games are still in progress, it seems. 1, 2, we see England against India there. That's the closest game.
Do you want to know what's happening in that
Yes.
game, John?
Yeah, I was sort of hinting at that.
So in the first set, Steph Branfield, England defeated India. The second set, India is leading 5-3 after 5 ends. And look at that there from the Cook Islander as I'm looking away from my screen, trailing the jack around the corner. So looking like at the moment it's heading towards a tie-break, John.
Yep.
The other quarter-final, when we've got Australia versus South Africa. Australia won the first set and lead the second set 5-0 after 3 ends. And we come across to the final quarter-final from the women between the defending champion Anne Nunez and Sarah Kelly. Anne won the first set and is currently trailing 4-3 in the second set after 4 ends. So some interesting results developing.
Yes, yep. Really good stuff. So we saw that nice bowl, bit of a raker that took the jack back into the left-hand side. Millie Nathan wasn't far away with her attempt at outdrawing it.
Well, this is really interesting, John, just as a point for players. Jim played a bowl on her backhand to get the jack there, and nothing changed, so therefore there's nothing in the way. If you were a coach, you'd probably say, well, your first bowl was really good, just rinse and repeat, because it's easier to play the same bowl twice than it is to change. I'm not really sure what the logic was switching to the forehand there.
And there's so much empty space there to bring it round.
And look at this from Millie Nathan on her forehand. Easily pleased. Crowd. All right, decisions. Maybe back to your backhand. Yeah, good thinking.
And then she'll just be thinking, well, the only problem for it is if I hit that bowl of Millie's out there. But surely I won't do that. Surely I'll come under that. I wouldn't be silly enough to hit that because it's the only ball that's there.
No.
So I don't want to hit that. And so that's good. Yep. I mean, that's always a fear, isn't it? You think there's only one bowl.
What are the chances?
Yeah. She just needed to. Even coming under that would have given her the shot.
Well, she is counting there for 2, so it was successful. You can see there the bowl's quite scattered. And Millie leading 5-1. Second shot's good fishing here. It's the 5th end, 2 to go. On her backhand as well, John.
And sometimes I think the advantage of that is that you're not going, if she was playing the forehand, she has to go way wide out by those Toblerones that are out there, and it's uncharted territory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a more played track, so you're going to get a more consistent run.
Right. Let's make it 3.
On the backhand. This is a good line if Teo Kotai has the weight.
What might be still enough?
Oh, a little bit unlucky. A little bit unlucky
It
there.
was unlucky, yeah. So that bowl that we talked about in a flippant sort of way has proved to be a problem. Just one bowl sitting out there. It was obviously in her line. She went round it once, but did pick up second shot. Looked to be coming under it nicely with lovely weight and just got an edge of it and stopped dead. So 1.
Joseph will indicate for us with the lollipops. 1 conceded at least on this, the anti-penultimate end, John, which I've been trying to remember to say for the last quite a while. Looking like it is just the 1. So 3 shots the difference now.
Oh, well, okay.
And we're on the 6th end.
And that was another opportunity, wasn't it, for Te Kotai? She's had, as we said, a couple of opportunities. Hasn't capitalised, and so she looks at that score now at 5-2. She needs to win this end.
There's another world in which the score is locked at 5 apiece, or even 6-5 to Kia Kotai with some of the heads that we've seen. Even that end there, a 3 was very possible. She was a bit unlucky with her last bowl, got bogged, and her second bowl was slightly overplayed, and her third bowl You know, they're all within a couple of feet of the target. Could easily have scored a 3 or 4. Still in the hunt here, 3 down. Millie into her work on the forehand. How's the weight?
Not good. Dear Kotai, chance to just wrest the momentum from her opponent. Slow
Needs
down
to get a
or
bit of
take
luck
the
here.
check. Oh gosh.
That's poor.
And you know, she's had little trouble with her green coming in this direction and on that forehand side. But today, for this particular end, she's allowing a big opportunity to slip. Millie doesn't bowl 3 bad bowls.
That's a lovely shot from Millie Nathan.
Still though, back bowls belong to the Cook Islander, representing her island of Rakahanga, the Rakahanga Bowling Club, where the Jim family are very well known. Righto, slip the jack back, come on. Not quite. Stays on the rink though.
Well, you can't say there's no position at the back.
Well, this could be the end of this match.
Could be the last end, absolutely. If Millie can score here, that'll be that, John.
Yeah. And funnily enough, rather than try and score again, she's gone down the back to cover potential damage.
Here we go. On the forehand.
Looks quite comfortable with this shot. Brings it round, searching for the jack. Move the jack back. Top effort. Slides by, unfortunately for her. That jack would have carried down to where the bowlers ended up pretty much, and she would have had probably 3. I think she had 2 red bowls on that side. And now to draw a third, Millie Nathan, and make the score 8-2.
And it's going to be a congratulations to Millie Nathan, who's won this match.
Yeah.
Can I say it louder?
Yeah.
We'll just wait and see. Now, if you can't be beaten in this set, then that's it, because you've won the first one. Is there something we're not seeing here, John? Even if one's been conceded, we can't play the next end because it's for the difference.
Yeah.
And a draw is not enough.
Yeah, so just need to make sure she's got the shot.
Largely just academic here.
Well, so long as she's got the shot.
Well, one's already been conceded, hasn't it?
Oh,
that,
no, I don't think so. Oh, has it? Yeah.
that ball.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Millie Nathan is looking up and she says, that's it. You can't win from here. And Te Koto's doing the maths as well.
We could tell them.
Yep. So there we are. That's a 2. And that makes it 10-2. 1 end to go. And she...
You've won. Just shake hands. You've won.
Shake hands now. Absolutely.
I don't know how.
Yeah,
There we go. We've got there, John.
Yep.
Right. Talk us out.
So, well, it was a match which I thought was going to produce some real sparkle when we had Tia Kotai, even though she wasn't scoring, she was putting pressure on and playing some really good bowls, bringing out the best of Millie Nathan. But it is the Tongan champion, Millie Nathan, who goes through to the next round. She will play the winner of the Steph Branfield Saikia of India match. And we'll have those results, of course, available for you. Alex has said exactly where you find them on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. We'll be back with more action for you soon after these highlights.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome back to our broadcast of the World Champion of Champions Singles. We've been beset by rain here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, but we're back, John, with the semi-final of the men's singles.
And I must say that the picture you're seeing now, sort of not quite accurate. It's not that light here, so we've enhanced it a little bit. But it has been one of those days, on again, off again. We had that delay of nearly 2 hours. We did manage to get a round of games in, the men's and women's quarterfinals. Then we got the women's semi-final started. We had more rain, clearing of the green again. But here we go. We're just doing the best we can with the conditions after such a good start to the week, right through qualifying, and now on to a situation where the rain still threatens, still drizzling a little bit, but the hard work of the volunteers here has cleared the surface water off. The players are happy. You can see some of the remnants of the water. And we see this semi-final between New Zealand's Aidan Takarua, the man who's just bowling now, and against him is the Canadian champion, Pat Bird. And Pat beat Wayne Roberts in his quarter-final. Bird won the first set 6-5, lost the second 11-0, but then won the tiebreaker 3-1. So Bird against Takarua. This is Pat Bird.
Demonstration of how exciting set play can be, John.
Yeah. Well, also, you know, this the first end of this, which we watched, but as viewers you didn't see this, but Takarua was holding 4, and Bird brought in a lovely bowl which just sat alongside the shot bowl, so he only dropped a 1.
See there the some of the spectators looking on. Ian Hepp and Mark Cameron in the middle.
And you can tell that there is a bit of moisture in the air.
And on that side, other people.
Yeah. Not cold, but it's just frustrating. And you may well see people going out with the squeegees in between the sets just to clear any or help with the surface preparation, as we see another nice line here from Aidan Takarua.
The positive for the players, John, is that we're lucky in New Zealand with our greens. They're quite compact and it's a water weed. So although the rain is not ideal, the surface will still play very well. It'll play very true, and it doesn't slow down by that much. We had it timed after the first bout of rain at 17 seconds, remembering it was 18 seconds yesterday, and maybe we might see it slow down to sort of 16.5, but it'll still play very true. So the standard is still going to be there on these greens.
So Bird gets his second bowl up and just over the jack. His coach in the background, Joanna, just leaning against the shelter. In fact, there's quite a strong New Zealand influence on the pair. I think she studied at Otago University, and Pat himself has played quite often in New Zealand. I think he in fact joined the North East Valley Club in Dunedin. Here he goes, Pat Bird. And when I went over and had a chat to him today, and I said, "Now Pat, did you play in the Nationals?" He said, me and my partner played against you and another commentator. And I said, "That's it, yeah, Grant Nisbet." So we played against the pair of them, Pat Bird and his playing partner at the, I remember, the Brighton Bowling Club south of Dunedin. On a day which wasn't unlike today, actually. We played in quite a bit of rain that day, but Pat Bird was a delight to play against. You remember that, Grant? He will, because we got soaked, but also because of what we later said, one of the friendliest bowling clubs that we'd ever been to. Brighton Bowling Club. There's a good bowl coming in from Bird. I just roll past to be, he'd be holding second and third shots probably.
Be very close to the shot. Hayden, good with the finger measure.
So the other results today, and just advising you that you can keep up with live scoring on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. There are links to each of the individual games. Lee Schreiner beat Watana of Thailand, so that's Australia against Thailand. Very close. It was 6-all, a drawn first set, and then Schreiner won the second 7-4 with Watana's last bowl. He had the chance to flick out all of Schreiner's 2 shots and settle for 3 himself, but he missed, and it was a 7-4 win to Schreiner. Ross Owen of Wales, a drawn first set there against Izzat of Malaysia, 4-all, and then Owen won the second set 6-5. And I've mentioned the Bird Roberts match, Bird beating Wayne Roberts of South Africa. Aidan Takarua had a comfortable first set win against Lewis King of England, 10-1. Much tighter in the second. They were 4-all playing the fifth, and Takarua scored 3 to take it to 7-4, or picked up 3 shots over the next 2 ends to 7-4 to win that. So we've got Schreiner against Owen and Bird against Takarua.
Hayden just playing the probing bowl there, looking to go square through the red bowl.
So an indication maybe he thought he was down here?
I would say so. I would say so. Had half a chance. Could have got lucky if he was narrow as well onto his pink bowl.
And the women's, incidentally, so Anne Nunes is playing Lainey McGorman. So Australia against the USA. Nunes, the defending champion.
We see that singles match going on there. A set-in they are, aren't they? The women
playing. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Well, we could find out who won the first, but Millie Nathan of Tonga beat Teokotai of Cook Islands. We saw that match early today, and Nathan is playing Steph Branfield of England, who beat Sakia of India.
So it was a draw in that first set between Australia and the defending champion, John. So winner takes all situation.
Wow.
Live scoring links are up on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. We see Pat Bird here on the probe. Could get a good result inside out off the pink. That's gone very well.
Hey. You take that.
I wonder if it's a 3.
Yeah. With a deliberate and long finger measure.
See in a second. 1. 1 at least. 2 to the Canadian. So the score now 2-0.
Well, good bounce back by Pat. 2-1 after 2 ends.
Oh, 2-1, yes,
3,
of course. Yeah,
2-1, yeah.
It was a quite incredible 3-end tiebreak against the South African that Pat Bird had. Got himself out of jail, played some great bowls. He was down on the head, killed it to get it respotted on the 2 to draw 1 apiece, and was able to draw the shot with his second bowl, and it was never removed in that end.
So he's been the Canadian singles champion 3 times, 2016, and then the last 2 years, 22 and 23. He's won other titles too in pairs and fours. Plays out of Calgary. Made the quarterfinals of this event in 2023. I'm sure as we get a peek inside the clubhouse, we'll see his compatriot Claire Day in there watching. We saw her on coverage yesterday or the day before. Yeah, Canada against who was it? Yeah. That's awful. The games just go, don't they?
Someone.
Yeah. There she. Oh, thank you, Max. There we are, clear day, wearing her Bowls Canada uniform, and a hat for which she is famous. There's a hat on every time. She's the president of her club. She's an umpire. She's the champion bowler. So does everything. There's Bird making reasonably good correction here to his weight.
Nice bowl.
Same green.
Aiden making a correction of his own on the back end. Just a tiny bit underneath the line. Lovely effort.
Gee, we were able to, because our early game had finished ahead of what we thought it might, watch a wee bit of Aiden's match against Lewis King, particularly the second set, which was really quite nerve-wracking.
Very stressful indeed for the Kiwi supporters. And a correction here required from Aiden Takadua. I think his weight was okay, resting the bowl, moving the jack back a little bit.
Good line. Great line.
That is a lovely correction. I would say he's held up for the shot there, John, but Pat's going to jog down and check. Similar shot on for Pat, isn't it? Just on what would be Pat's forehand, because he's lefty, to the right of the screen. Yeah, I think 1 to Aiden. Don't want to jinx it, but I think I can just about see the sun breaking through outside the commentary window.
Well, you notice the red lollipop in the Marcus' hand?
Maybe a sign of something.
Maybe that you've read it wrong.
Wouldn't be the first time. He's on his forehand anyway, Pat Bird. Really taking his time.
In the background you see that Takarua still has 1 to play. I think with that weight he was looking to turn Aiden's out, so maybe he concedes that he is 1 down. Let's see. Got good eyes.
This is a really challenging head for Aiden. If he's holding 1, you'd almost just play a practice bowl. It's hard to, the bonus shots fraught with danger. If he's 1 down, he may consider going the bowl.
Yeah,
John.
Even turning that red shot out, he could get 3, couldn't he? When you see the 2 bowls to the left, plays it with the perfect weight. Just turn it over and say thank you very much. I'll park up here, and Pat, you've gone a metre over, and I bring my other 2 bowls into play. Let's see.
He's not far away here. I was just going to hold. So he's playing that perfect weight so that if he got the jack, his bowl would
now I see
trail
a
it back.
blue lollipop. I can see a blue lollipop. Who is our umpire today? I haven't seen a face yet.
International technical official.
Yeah.
Pauline is the
Oh, is it?
ITO. Decision. It's close enough that it's nearly a caliper measure here. The The two bowls only a couple of inches, 3 inches away from the jack each. Pauline waiting there, and at one conceded, so Aiden Takarua scores one shot and it's level after 3 ends.
And you were right.
Always nice to hear those words. Don't hear them as often as I would like to, John.
So 2-2. This is a semi-final match. Winner naturally goes through to the final to play the winner of the match between Lee Schreiner of Australia and Ross Owen of Wales. See Mike Kernahan in the background had a nice meal at a Thai restaurant with Mike last night.
What did you go for, John?
Oh, I can't remember, mate. But I must say, I looked down the list and I thought, okay, that's got ginger in it. I'm into that because I love my ginger. And Thai meals with ginger flavour and is just superb for me. So stir-fried vegetables and something.
I can report from the two women's semi-finals that Tonga and England are going to a 3-end tie-break after Millie Nathan defeated Steph Branfield 10 shots to 2 in the second set, having lost the first 5-7. And in the other game, Anne Nunez and the Australian competitor, it was a draw in the first set, and Anne is currently leading by 3 shots after 6 ends.
Wow.
So the defending champion, a big chance at making consecutive finals, John.
Takarua overcooking his first. And Pat Bird undercutting his first. But probably gets the shot out of it. Yep.
So Aiden will know his green's perfect. Just look to make that correction on the weight. Steering after the bowl. That's a very nice correction there from Aiden Takarua. Well played. Be happy with that.
Might be a bit tight again, is he?
Yeah, just underneath the
Not by
line.
much, but it's finishing up in the same place. Oh, that's a lack of weight control there from Pat Bird. He's standing there grinning. Always intrigues me that Aiden is one of those players who never uses a cloth, does he? Well, I haven't seen him using one here anyway.
He does sometimes.
Does he just... you see Pat Bird up there wiping his bowl furiously, and it's a couple there for the young New Zealander.
And decisions here for Pat. He'll just stay on his backhand and try and make that correction. I think his weight is probably okay, John, to rest the shot pull out, or trail the jack around the corner. So he just needs to correct his green. It's a very hard shot to play well. There's a chance here. Oh, I mean, what a lovely effort that was.
Yeah. So, is it 1 or 2? The way that bowl fell in, may well just be 1 now for, or may well just be 1 for Takarua.
My instinct would be that he's successfully cut that down.
Yeah.
And Aiden's going to go and talk to Tom about what to do. So this is the conundrum. He's holding 1 shot and there's 3 red bowls in a catching position, John, at the back right. So the question is, do I play the backhand to cover them, or do I add to try and hold a bit of pressure and back Pat to miss for the 4th time? That's the choice.
I said to Tom earlier, great coaching And he said, he just grinned, and I said, or someone, was it you, said, what did you tell him to play with that last bowl, whatever it was? And Tom sort of stood there silent for a moment, and I said, was it just play what you thought you should play, Aidan? Sometimes it's just to go and chat, you know.
Talk it out.
Yeah, talk it out a bit. So anyway, he's changed his hand, coming in on this
Good bowl.
backhand, puts it in there
Really?
as a counter, but also one that might prevent any movement of the jack.
That's a really well played shot from Aidan. Means that Pat would have to play with more weight than what he's comfortable with to trail the jack back to those red bowls that sit in the bottom right of your screen, so it becomes a harder shot to play. More to go wrong for the Canadian now, and he's 2 down.
And the line he's been taking, just pull the weight off and sit on the shot would be, maybe what he looks at. Wants to cut it down from 1 to 2. A bit wider this time.
He's on the high side, and I think that's going to keep on trucking. So we should see a 2-shot lead now to Aidan Takarua, if our cameras do not deceive us. See, there's some light applause in the background.
And all the eyes are turned to their left, so they're looking at one of the women's games. That'll be probably the Nunez McGorman match. Or it could be the Nathan Branfield one, because that's in a tiebreaker, isn't
Going
it?
to a 3-in tiebreak. And a measure here. Right, what's the decision? 2 to Aidan Takarua, so he leads 4-2 now. How many ends have we played, John?
We've now played 4 ends.
Brilliant, that matches my scoreboard.
Yep.
The crowd's been very clever in the way that they've positioned themselves, haven't they, at this Browns Bay Bowling Club, just underneath the awnings.
I think the scoreboards for the women's matches are down the other end, or the same end. I presume they're at the same end as the men's game.
I can tell you that the tiebreak has begun between Tonga and England, and we've got no results in there yet at the in that live scoring. Good bowl, which must therefore mean that we have a winner, and we do. And Nunez is through to a second consecutive final here at the World Champion of Champions singles. So the first American to win a world title since the 70s last year, and is now looking to make that 2 out of 2 here at Browns Bay Bowling Club, having won the event last year in Australia.
You just see the pair of them walking down to the top right-hand corner of your screen there. That's Anne Nunez and Lainey McGorman of Australia. She had a great series too, Lainey, after dropping an early match. Oh no, under pressure on her first match against Leanne Paulson, and didn't look at all comfortable, but then she's just carried on and kept winning, and has got to this stage now where she is a beaten semi-finalist at the 2024 World Championships. And further out from there, you can just see in the red that's Millie Nathan playing in her tiebreaker against Steph Branfield of England. Back to this match here. Aidan Takarua up by 4-2 against Pat Bird of Canada. Canadians have had some outstanding bowlers, haven't they? I mean, Ryan Bester, who still represents Canada but has played in New Zealand and resides in Australia, one of the world's best, most fearsome drivers.
Yeah, they have. Again, one of the Commonwealth countries, so the history of bowls in Canada is a long one. They've got clubs that are well over a century old.
In recent years, they've had And now living in Central Otago, Terry Scott as their national coach.
And we saw Kelly McKirahan here in New Zealand win the New Zealand Pairs with Jan Shirley last year. And a losing finalist in the World Singles Championship. So certainly no lack of talent in the coming out of bowls Canada. This bowl here by Pat looks tight all the way to me, John. Just got to be careful here if you're a Pat Bird. You're starting to struggle to find the right line. You look at his 3 bowls. All 6 bowls have good weight, but the 3 bowls from the Canadian are quite scattered in the green that he's taken, whereas Aiden seems to be finding that centre line a little bit more consistently at the moment, which is usually a good sign. On the backhand.
Oh, he doesn't want to be flicking that jack out to his left.
I would say it's tight.
Yeah. Well, he could have got on that side, the side that it whistled by, and flicked it back for 4, the way it was going. So he was lucky and unlucky.
Yeah, well, anything could have happened. You know, with that weight, there's a world where the jack actually ended up nestled between the 2 pink bowls that sit at 5 o'clock, but just as easily it could have snicked in another direction, John. I wonder if Pat's got second shot. He was happy to go to the drive against the South African.
Yep.
If Pat's got second, I wonder if there's a temptation. You go, square through the pink bowl of Aiden's, and that's going to go in the 6 o'clock direction to hit the other 2 pink bowls of Aiden's that sit at the bottom of the screen. You could score a 3 here, John.
Yep.
Well, you and I probably couldn't score a 3,
No,
but
no.
I'm sure Pat Bird's capable.
So remember, he's a left-hander. It's got, I mean, the target is there. So the shot bowl, you have a go at it, and you careen straight through to those 2 behind that we can see now sitting together. He's an adventurous sort of player. He might just decide to do that.
Oh, look, if you get it square, it's worth 3 shots.
Yep.
Because those 2 pink bowls are pretty much touching at the back. The ones that sit at 5 o'clock to the jack, they'll disappear if you can get through to them square. I wonder if we'll see that. I'm quite excited for it if we do. And he's taking his time.
Just seen Aidan Takaroa walk past our commentary box, so he's nowhere near the rink. Just been off for a toilet break. So here we go. Yep, he's lining up on that forehand. So is it drive, run, or draw?
Oh, just do it.
He's looking to turn that shot out.
A resting bowl.
Oh,
Goodness gracious. Wow.
Oh, either. Gee, really good shot. Good attempt there. Great intent from Pat Bird. The way that was heading, it could well have squirted the jack out to our left. And he might well have been holding on to the mat rather than passing it over to Aidan Takaroa.
The young New Zealander now 3 shots in front as we enter the 6th end of 7 here. In the first set, remember, 1 more set after this, John, of 7 ends, and if it's 1 apiece, we'll see that 3-end tiebreak. Blink and you miss it stuff here at Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Sending it down to the 2 metre, which we had a fairly scratchy end, a couple of ends coming in this direction. Happy with that 2 metre length.
Stalking down after this one, Aidan Takaroa. He's always done that thing where he holds his hand in front of his face, John. He's got to sticks the follow through, and that's why. What a shot from Aidan.
Jack off the plinth, please? Off the plinth for it or off the ball? Off the plinth. Off the bank.
We had a Canadian miscommunication there with Pat Bird asking how far is the jack off the plinth. Which is
I see. Yeah.
nonsensical to a New Zealander. We're
No.
thinking, well, the only plinth I can think of is one that you stand in front of, but he meant the backboard. And we got there eventually.
Pretty good line from Bird. Heading towards the plinth.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, top shot.
Oh, we'll just see now who's holding the shot. Great
Oh,
bowl.
might be a measure. Oh, one down. Okay, so that shot from Bird has grabbed the shot.
Just sitting down with us in the commentary booth, John, a man who's just demonstrated a talent at squeegeeing a green earlier on today, Brett O'Reilly.
Yes, there's never a job that doesn't need to be done, Alex, no matter what your title is in this game.
And of course, title. If you haven't heard, Brett is the now president of World Bowls.
Yeah, we were just a little bit concerned in the other semi-final where Lee Schreiner is playing Ross Owen. Lee drove on the third end and slipped just with a little bit of surface water, so we squeegeed that off, as well as the rink adjacent to it, and I'm pleased to report that the rain has stopped and the green is starting to dry out. So that's good news.
We do keep talking about it, but the greens here at Browns Bay are pretty hardy things, aren't they? You know, they recover well from a little bit of rain, and you can see that they still play very nicely, even if they are a little damp.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're magnificent. I mean, the beauty of the weed greens, as we know, is that sometimes they get faster with a little bit of rain, and there's been many times over the years when I've played here and we've thought, look, we're off for the day. Greens are underwater and it drains. I don't know whether we've got a low tide or a high tide. Apparently that makes a bit of a difference as to how it drains.
Yeah, I heard that. Locals were talking about that.
'cause
Yeah.
we're pretty close to the beach, and there's a stream that runs just nearby. But anyway, the greens are playing well and the players are playing well. Gosh, we've seen some really good bowls today.
3 bowls on the bank.
I can confirm for viewers that Anne Nunez, the defending champion, is through to the final
Brilliant.
in the women's event.
What was
And
the score in the Tonga one? Did you see? Oh,
I did. It was 4-1 to Steph Bramfield. Millie Nathan scored 1 on the first end of the tiebreaker. Steph Bramfield got a 4 on the second end after the jack got moved into the ditch by Millie Nathan, and so Steph Bramfield, who's been a little bit of a specialist in tiebreakers, I don't think she's won many games this week where she hasn't played a tiebreaker.
That's right.
So she's had plenty of practice.
Yeah.
Isn't this utterly bizarre here from this camera angle? You see there's 2 bowls on the green, 4 bowls lined up on the ditch, 2 from Canada, 2 from New Zealand, as the players try and just reach the head.
Try and get a multiple
Yeah.
out of this.
And I suspect it's pretty dry down there, just as, where the jack is. So probably the bowls are just maybe running a little bit further than they're expecting them to.
You want to be brave too, don't you? You know, you're not going to die wondering here. You want to be giving your bowler chances. Aiden has here. Look at this.
Close here. What a good bowl this is.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, takes it. And he's possibly knocked... Oh, it didn't knock it into the ditch. Well, pretty impressive.
An outstanding bowl, and he's just stayed confident there. It would have been very easy. Aiden, like 2 bowls went essentially flying into the ditch, but didn't pull that much weight off. He stayed brave with his 4th bowl. Very well played, holding 2 now.
So in the other semi-final, Lee Schreiner from Australia playing Ross Owen from Wales, and Lee Schreiner leading that game. I think the difference was 4 going into the last end of the first set, so looking like Schreiner will win that set, I guess, potentially setting up a showdown for for a repeat of the Takarua Schreiner game, though there's a little way to go in both of these games before we can be certain of that.
That's right.
So Pat Bird now, essentially, he's set down here. He's 2 down on the head, 3 down on the card. So this bowl needs to count, and he was probably feeling okay before Takarua played his previous bowl. What's he going to do? On the forehand. Potentially some aggression here based on the lineup. Watch it from the player's point of view. Into the head now, gets them both. Oh, that's an outstanding shot.
Whoa.
I got nothing.
You don't see much better than that.
I watched Pat Bird this morning, and I think in most of his games he got shots with his last bowl. You know, he is just the most tenacious player, and just takes his time very diligent. Of course, these players playing for World Bowl Series points. This is a platinum event in the World Bowl Series, so the most points available in a World Bowl Series event, and those ranking points and those positions in the world rankings becoming quite valuable, with the plan that at the end of next year, the top 12 men and top 12 women, according to the rankings, will play a season finale event. I think we would colloquially call it a big cash tournament.
Great.
These points are prized for all of these players.
Let's see if we can watch a replay of that outstanding bowl from Pat Bird to save that set, save the game. Look at this. It's absolutely perfect. Bang, bang. Oh, well, it went bang, bang. He needed the smallest feather of the front pink bowl. Any more than that, he only would have chipped out one, still dropped a shot.
And he's brought the mat out a wee way. Aidan Takarua wants to check. Might see long measure. Umpire coming in.
Suway.
Yeah.
Very official in the ITO uniforms.
And good to see that surface water's almost evaporated now.
We're okay, I would say. You know, the only variable left is if the sun does come out, they're going to start steaming. And that, ironically, is the time where we might see the greens slow down as opposed to when they're wet.
Absolutely.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's close.
Oh,
Double checking it, and it's the jack's not up.
Gee, it must have been a fraction in it. Because I'm sure David Burridge would have had his finger on the mark. You know, this is it. And he was, yep, hurt his thumb doing it.
I think you're right, John.
so it's interesting, the momentum, right? Pat Bird just played an outstanding shot to claw back to be within 2, had the opportunity to set a length and psychologically say to Aidan, I'm here.
Yep.
And he's just thrown it away.
So I presume Aidan will go a bit longer. He seems to have favoured these longer ends in these critical situations.
So I saw you having a chat to the players earlier today, Brett. Was that sort of just semi-official, and you just took the opportunity while there was rain around?
Yeah, I wanted them to understand what's happening with the World Bowl Series and the ranking points, and the fact we're looking to expand that series, and just to remind them that, you know, the points they're going to get here are going to be important, particularly with the season-ending tournament next year. Took the opportunity to have a chat about the Commonwealth Games, and just to dispel a few rumours around what is happening with Commonwealth Games format, and to get a bit of input from them. Nice bowl from Pat Bird. It's a good starter. And talk a little bit about World Bowls 2027, which we're hoping to be able to announce in the next couple of months, where that will be played. And just generally talk about some of the structural changes we're making to World Bowls. We're setting up an athletes commission, so we're keen to get some of these players on that athletes commission and make sure that player voice is well heard within World Bowls. So they were 2 good sessions. And
Were there any major concerns from them, or they're quite happy with, as we've talked enthusiastically about what you've got in plan and getting in motion soon. Great ideas. So did they have many concerns?
No, I think there's a lot of interest about, when in World Bowl Series events being sort of more geographically diverse around the world. At the moment, there's a bit of a concentration around Australia and New Zealand, and that's natural because they've been early adopters for the series. So, keen to understand, when we might have events in some other countries, which we're keen to do, and very keen on the season-ending event and when that might be and when the cut-off is for players, because players will plan their program around ranking events to try and maximise your chances of being in there.
Just see there, Bird, quite a state of anguish there as he let that second bowl go, because he realised that he had a fabulous opportunity to put a couple of bowls in close because Takarua had overcooked his first, and now of course Takarua, as you'd expect, makes the change, makes a correction and grabs the shot. So just one of those lost opportunities.
Just having a look at sorry to take away from this set, but we're having a look at the live scoring of Millie and Steph, Tonga and England, and Millie picked up a 3 on the 30 end of the tiebreak, so they're now going to a fourth tiebreak end drawn 4 apiece. You can see them there to the far right of your screen. What a mighty matchup that is in the semi-final.
Yes, I heard a whoop from the Tongan supporters, and I assumed that suggested there was some good news involved. So well done, Millie Nathan.
Here she comes. Here she comes. Sit. Oh,
great try.
How unfortunate there. But 2 good seconds for the Canadian. This is the final end. He trails by 2. And potentially it's there for him. Need to be another superb shot, and he's shown his quality throughout this week.
So it looks like it's all over in that England-Tonga game. We'll wait for the result. Hugs around there for Steph Branfield, her father Pip, of course, a very famous international player himself for England. Made the trip out here again to support their daughter, who was here at Nine John, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Pat's got second and third shot. Needs to score a 2 to draw, and there's enough of a gap between the pink bowl of Aiden's and the 2 reds that even if it's sat down once, you're probably going to sit for 2 here if you're Pat Bird.
And he's quite capable of playing it. He's been very, very accurate with these little pressing shots.
I can just hot off the press report that Millie won 5-4 in a tiebreak, so we're going to see a Tongan representative in the final of the World Champion of Champions singles to be broadcast after this, and what an effort. What a week it has been for Millie Nathan.
Yeah, the only other Tongan player to previous win a World Bowls event was Paris Baker, who won the World Under-25 singles, which are due to start next week in Hong Kong. So there'll be some more bowls for people to watch up there. But Tonga being in the final of the World Champion of Champions singles is something else. And if you like a bit of a hometown favourite, because Millie plays here in the North Harbour Centre, playing against the defending champion, you couldn't get a better story.
Big bowl here in this match. We're on the final end. Bird is 2 down. Has the opportunity to sit out Takarua's bowl, his shot bowl, but he grimaced when he let it go, and it's not holding its line enough. He would have been very happy with that weight, and it would have, if it had connected, turned over Takarua's bowl. He would have stayed and maybe got his 2 to level up at 5 all. But anyway, it's a situation now with Takarua holding the shot. He won't play his last, and that's the first set of this semi-final between Pat Bird of Canada and Aiden Takarua of New Zealand, and it goes the way of the New Zealander.
Exciting times here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Yeah, good confidence builder for Aiden.
Just go to the loop.
Yes, little pressure break. The other thing, John, that we did this morning is met with the international technical officials, and just talking about just some ideas around standardisation of equipment. We're starting to see laser measures being used in the game, and so there was some. So we're keen to push through the World Bowls Laws Committee the use of those equipment, potentially laser sights for to see where the bowls are in or out of the rink and jacks are in or out of the rink. Some discussion about measuring about green speed and wind speed. We've typically used bowls to determine the running speed, but now with so many different varieties of bowls, it's a bit hard to determine that. So Charlie Herbert from the United States has proposed we start using jacks, which are often used in Australia to measure the speed, and thinking about also getting into the discipline of measuring the speed before every game. So
how does that? What do you mean a jack for measuring speed?
So you would use the speed of the jack to determine the speed of the green.
And all that means is that all our greens would, for the beginning, it'd be a bit confusing because everything's a few seconds slower, isn't it? Because the jack just goes in a straight line.
Correct.
But that makes sense. I've often wondered, I suppose, we talk about green speed. It was in the days when you had one bias.
And you think today, where we've had to squeegee off the green, we could have done a test just to give the players an idea had the green speed changed significantly.
Yes.
Because I know, talking to a couple of the players, that took them a couple of ends to adjust because the green changes a little bit, both line and speed, and also wind gauge. Just to again report on the wind. It's not unusual for other sports, track and field, for example, where they're constantly monitoring the wind. So just thinking about what other information can we put in front of players that can help them assess what's going out there on the
and
the green.
When you think of the enhancers on television coverage too, that sort of tool for television audience would be great.
Absolutely. And I think we've all probably spent a lot of time with stopwatches measuring the speed of greens. Just making it a little bit more scientific. And in time with data, that'll maybe give us an indication of which players play better on which speeds. Using AI models to look at because if we are going to have sports betting on bowls, the more data you've got, the better, and that data might show that one player's better on this speed of green and another player's better on that speed of green if we can standardise the testing. So
good conversations to have, you would feel, as we see the start of this second set of 7 ends. The young New Zealander Aidan Takarua looking to press home the advantage, having won the first set. Pat Bird will have a couple of things to say about that. What a remarkable win he had in his quarterfinal against the South African representative.
Yeah, Wayne Roberts, he dropped the first, Bird won the first 6-5, and Roberts, who's coming to live in New Zealand, as you know, won the second 11-0. I don't even know if they went through to the full 7 ends. So that went to a tiebreaker, which Bird won 3-1.
And in the second end of the tiebreaker, Wayne Roberts was holding 3, possibly fattened the head up a little bit with his last bowl. Bird drove, took all 3 out, and moved the jack for shot. In the first set, Wayne Roberts actually led 5-1 and unfortunately dislodged the jack from his shot bowl to make it 5-2. And Pat Bird, tenacious is his second name. Yeah. Just give him a little sniff of that he was back in the game, and away he went.
Can't afford to blink at this level.
So I see Ross Owen got up to win that first set. Is that right, Alex?
No, Ross was defeated 3-7 in the first set by Lee Schreiner.
Okay. I thought that might be the case. Sorry, that was the second set.
That's all good. In the second set, the score 1-0 is the score to Ross Owen. Ross played very well in a broadcast game. We had him on a couple of days ago. Oh, that's a slice of hell there from Aidan Takarua.
He was simply outstanding against world number 2, Izzat Zulepi, this morning from Malaysia. His draw play was exemplary under pressure.
And Schreiner was pushed by Watana, wasn't he? The tie bowler.
He was. It was
6-all in the first, and
I watched that game, John, and Watana was trailing 6-3, playing the last end of the first set, and played an absolute screamer to trail the jack about 6 feet for 3.
Oh.
And Lee Schreiner didn't have another bowl.
Yep.
But Lee was just proved to be a little bit too steady in that second set. But it was touch and go. Watner played very, very well. First time I've seen him at this level, and he certainly was well and truly up to the mark.
Just asking who's got the tee, which is who is the closest to the 2 metre mark, and that's the red bowl of Pat Bird.
On the forehand.
Close here. Oh, what a great bowl.
Oh, that's an outstanding bowl from Aiden Takarua. Beautiful shot.
He makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
Make you sick, wouldn't it?
Really annoying.
I thought you taught him all he knew. Alex.
I wish I could claim that, Brett, but no.
I seem to remember a Bowls 3-5 series not that long ago where the two of you were successful. And was that the inaugural New Zealand Bowls 3-5 that you won?
It was. That was about 6 years ago yesterday, I think. That's in the days where I could still, I didn't have so much of a dump as I do now. He's much easier to talk about bowls behind a microphone than it is to play them.
Don't we know it? Oh, very loose bowl there from Pat Bird. In fact, I'm quite surprised he changed his hand because there was still plenty of room on his backhand side, left-hander, of course.
Sort of the advantage of coming down to have a look, isn't it? And he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he really only had to get to the 2 metre mark there, and he had shot. So yeah, he'll be probably disappointed with himself when he comes down and finds out how far away the bowl is. And I don't think Aiden will change. He'll just stay on that same hand. New Zealand coach Mike Kernahan in the background, studying concentration as always.
Not a bad singles player himself.
Yes, last New Zealand male to win a Commonwealth Games medal. There's a bit of trivia for you. 2002.
Longer ago than we would like it to have been.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, magnificent.
So that's where Bird should have been going.
Absolutely.
He'll be frustrated when he sees that was looked an easy shot.
Now he comes up to have a look.
Yeah.
And he'll realise, because he's probably surprised that everyone's clapping, because he probably thinks the bowl's behind the jack rather is behind the bowl in front. So now he can see. As you say, John.
I think those are the thoughts that are going through his mind.
But he likes to play aggressively. Yeah, there's that backhand shot, or forehand for him, onto the shot bowl. Jack movement back to his right.
Yeah, there is a shot down on his forehand, being a left-hander, to look for that shot bowl.
Yeah.
You could get a connection with the shot bowl onto the jack. It's not a toucher, I don't think. Let's see.
Probably be a bit tighter when he gets down on the mat and has a look at it, but he's been down to have a look, so he knows it's on.
Well, we've just seen moments of magic from Pat Bird all the way through, so nothing would surprise me.
No, that's right. There's a track between two bowls there that could take him onto the bowl that's just slightly short, and cannon off again, so it's between the red and the pink.
If he clears the front bowl, this is perfect.
Just going to get caught, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, this is disaster.
Perfect if you were playing with pink bowls.
I was deeply concerned we were going to have the crowd clapping then for a second, but no crowd clapping, which is ideal. And 3 to Aiden Takarua on that first end. It was nice weight from Pat Bird, but just a bowl narrow.
Yeah, good start for the Kiwi. Big crowd in here at Browns Bay, and what a magnificent job they've done this week in hosting this event. Peter Sheehan and his band of helpers. I mean, it's always a pleasure to play these events here.
See Kerry Heffer, Aiden's partner, not looking very pleased to be on the camera.
No, sitting next to Leanne Paulson, who ended up getting pretty close to making the playoffs. I think she said if the Indian, if Naimoni Sakai had beaten Teo Jim from the Cook Islands yesterday, she would have got through, but just missed out.
Ultimately unlucky not to qualify, having had a forgettable start to the event, but she'll be pleased with how she was able to finish, Leanne Polson.
Absolutely, and that was a brutal section. I mean, probably the strongest section here. So, and sometimes that's just the way of the draw.
Second set, a second end underway. This is set 2. With Takarua scoring that 3. Opens with a pretty safe sort of bowl here, which is almost going to touch the jack. We might see Bird come down on his backhand.
Feel like he's getting into a good sort of rhythm, John.
His forehand. Yeah, I think so. We saw it in that match against Lewis King. Gosh, Aidan Takarua played some delightful draw stuff, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, the back end of that game, he really pulled the pressure on, and Lewis King was clinging on by a fingernail, but did it very well. But this is a good bowl from Pat Bird too. Well played.
Lovely effort. He's framed it nicely.
So cutthroat, these 7-end sets, aren't they? You've really got to think your way through how you play them, because you drop any big numbers early, it's very hard to claw them back.
Every bowl so important.
3 questions to the marker.
It's been great at this event to have our markers so well trained, all of them umpires. That means that the players have that confidence to ask questions of the marker, and you get better bowls out of it.
Completely. Recover maybe.
Willing it to hold on.
Pretty good spot there. Tom Taiaroa, member of the Aotearoa Māori team from the Oceania Challenge last weekend, from South Canterbury, stayed up to support his mate Aidan, which has been very good, and also lent a hand on squeegeeing off some of the water.
I think Pat just trying to understand.
Yeah.
He said, is the front of the bowl level with the front of the jack? To which the answer essentially looks like it's yes. I think that's the answer he was given. Forming what hand he plays it on, you would think. Well, I'm not sure how long that's holding for.
Might be just enough to get an edge, not enough to get an edge. Stays on though, and that's of value.
Aidan now switching. I thought he was switching back to the backhand, but I misread that. On the forehand still, but can afford to look to draw closer now, having put the cover in.
Yeah, just to be narrow and sit that red too, can't he? So he's got targets here. Just sit onto your own. That's the way to go.
Played this very well.
Oh,
what
wow.
a great bowl.
Yeah.
Lovely bowl. Fair enough. Pat Bird asking to come and inspect the head. Options. All the bowls could just go if you get Aidan's middle pink bowl. Or follow the jack into the ditch on your backhand or on his backhand instead, which is to the left.
He didn't
of
come
your
right
screen.
down. He realised it was as bad as what he thought.
Be interested to see what shot he plays. He's got his bowls picker-upper there. They're fantastic things, those.
Especially if you've got a bad back or you're very tall.
Or both.
Yeah.
Just making sure his bowl's nice and dry.
Using a Aero Optima. I was telling the audience before, Brett, that Pat and I met at the Brighton Bowling Club down in Otago.
Yes.
And the peers of the Nationals when they were last played.
Wow.
In Dunedin here, and his partner played against me and Grant Nisbet.
Oh,
we were
very
playing
good.
that.
How
Good bowl.
did they go?
They went very well.
How did you go, John?
We well, there's always room for a second, isn't there?
Yeah. Well,
Second placing.
And you've always,
And we were playing internationals
you've always
against us.
you've always believed in being very welcoming and hosts.
Yeah, and
Doing
I
this
said to
one.
him, the conditions are reminiscent too, and he said, I don't remember the conditions, and I said, it was bucketing down there. It was so wet.
Aiden Tekaru. Tom Tyra almost helping out in a ringside coaching mode there,
Yeah.
which is nice to see.
Yeah, he's been as coach manager for
Yeah.
the event.
Oh,
Tom
good.
Tyra.
Very good. I didn't know that, so that's great.
He's
to
kept
see.
Kearney out of it altogether.
His plan has largely been to agree with Hayden.
Yeah. Reinforce. I think that's better.
Yeah,
Reinforce.
that's a pretty safe. That's a pretty safe strategy, I think.
Yeah, it's remarkable the difference it makes just to have a little bit of confidence given to you sometimes. So back end we are.
And I think Hayden being smart here, not wanting to build up a target because he knows how dangerous Pat Bird is. So he'll just be wanting to just come past the head, I would imagine. Just try and get another close bowl.
If he's got the running, it's
Played
a
it
very
well.
good shot.
Played it very, very well. Yeah, maybe a little bit, another metre would have been good. But if Pat Bird does attack and potentially all those bowls go, he's got a chance that that'll remain. Yep.
Be interesting to see if we what happens in collision.
Yeah, they could all go, couldn't they? And that last bowl of Aiden's could be the shot.
Yep.
The two pink could go and the two red stay, or the two red could go.
Indeed.
And lead Aiden with 4. So that's exactly what Pat Bird would hate to see. So he's got to play it with confidence. It's his last bowl. It's the last bowl of this second end.
Be intrigued to see what weight Pat opts to play this with. So you could try and wind right up and see if you could remove the 3 closest bowls. His lowest red bowl is low enough that it might hang around and Jack gets respotted for 1.
So here we go.
Or more controlled on the backhand. Jack in the ditch.
Oh, he doesn't like it, does he?
Yeah,
He
we
does
have
not
big
like it.
again.
And if he takes his 2 reds, he'll be really not liking it. And he does take his 2 reds. Fortunately, one of them stays close-ish.
Good to see the
Might still be-
laughing.
Might still be only 2 down. Yes.
Played in great spirit, isn't it?
Wow.
And,
Yep. He probably, the moment he let that go, I suspect there was a good reason for the grimace.
Yeah.
The only place he didn't want to be was too narrow, and he was. So 2 to Aiden Takarua, and that's a nice handy lead after only 2 ends in this second set.
The only other game still being played is that other men's semi-final between Lee Schreiner of Australia and Ross Owen of Wales.
stand by. I'll get us an update on that in just a second on the Will Bowls Match Centre, and I can tell you that it's 4 apiece in the second set, and they've played 5 ends. So a very tight semi-final going on to the far left as we see it on screen, and the jack delivered to the full 2 metre mark by Aiden Takadura, and it feels like he's in full flow here at Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Yes, important really that Bird scores here, even if it's just a single, because all of a sudden the ends run away.
And Lee Schreiner, another former winner of this event, got to the semi-finals, I think, at Nine Eye 2 years ago when it was last played in New Zealand, and has been in a very rich vein of form in Australia over the last 12 months, and recently been reselected in the Australian high performance squad. He was previously a member and actually withdrew some years ago, so Lee, or Leroy as he is nicknamed, back in Australian colours, and don't be surprised if we don't see him at the
Might
Trans
work out
Tasman.
against against Bird. He gets the toucher, but does he get the shot? Yeah. I see in Australian Bowls Facebook page and things, Lee's mother is often making comments.
Yes.
You know, I said to him, I see your mother's one of your biggest fans, and he said, yes, indeed, yet she's always there.
Lee's
right behind him.
Lee's an accountant, so he works as a contract accountant for various businesses, and says he enjoys that work. So yes, it'll be interesting to see if he's back in that Australian team, given that they've had a couple. Aaron Sheriff, who's been a mainstay of that team, now retired from international play, so they'll be looking at the team. Obviously, they've still got the core of Aaron Wilson, Corey Wedlock, and Aaron Teese.
You would have changed hands here, wouldn't you, Alex?
I would have thought about it. Although
Yeah.
if you can play this bowl,
He gave it plenty of width, which is good,
right.
encouraging. Yeah, great weight, wasn't it? Oh, so now he's be holding shot, I think. Or what-
I saw a blue paddle there.
Oh, did
just
you?
just a glimpse of a blue paddle.
So which one's the shot?
I'd say the pink bowl that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack
Oh,
is the shot. And Aidan will play his forehand.
yeah.
You use that red bowl that sits of Pat Bird's to the 9 o'clock to the jack. That's your target to come in underneath, and these nice quick greens, it'll swoop in there.
Could see both those reds move out of the count. Good line.
Does he hold for the jack?
Oh, yeah.
It's a mighty effort, just underneath the line.
I wonder this time will we see Bird change?
I wonder whether he got a little bit spooked last time, John, when he played that forehand
Yeah.
and he sort of finished wide. No, it looks like he's going to change this time. Well called.
Good decision.
Well, yeah, that's right. But you can get spooked, can't you? And this sort of set format, just one bad ball is enough to make you indecisive.
Have
Here
to
we
be
go. Let's see
brave.
what his line is. Starts out well. Start to work now, and you'll be quite happy. Flick that shot bowl out, or that bowl there, and flick in, and you get the shot yourself and turn that over for another.
Lovely
No,
shot.
not quite. That's a beaut. He absolutely is justified in punching the air.
Actually unlucky not to make that a 3, to be honest. If his bowl had sat down to the left as we see it, would have been something mighty. Mike Kernahan there watching on. He's been here been in Auckland for the Oceania Challenge as well, so he must be on day 10 or 11 up in the City of Sails. Aidan Takadua on the forehand, so that indicates he'll be happy just to drop a 1. Try and draw a really good second shot here.
Pretty good line.
What's his weight like? Because he doesn't want to do any damage to
Perfect.
his own
Oh,
shot.
well played.
Oh, gosh.
Perfect bowl.
Great. Well, it might well have been a measure for 2, but it's certainly only 1 now. And down comes the Canadian. You might see him changing his hand again, I wonder.
Just such an outstanding shot from Aidan Takadua there. A 3 was likely for Pat Bird before, but just the angles of where he's been able to place that pink bowl, Pat now would need to get the extreme right of the jack as we see it for it to clear the pink and go to the back left of the head for 2. Otherwise, it's going straight back into that pink bowl of Aidan Takadua's. So a very clever bowl there with his 5 up on the board, able to play that lead, and he'll just think, look, I'll drop on this end if, or make it as hard as possible to drop more than 1 and then work on my 4-shot lead after the 3 ends. And yes, you're right, John. Pat, on the other hand, now trying to draw a second shot. Green, very important with this bowl. You want to try and finish wide if you can.
Looks like he's got out on a very wide line here.
He took that wide line last time and came into, well, that's his wing ball there, which was, I think that's, it's hard to say, isn't it? Oh, that's one of those bowls that you think, oof, I hope I don't try too hard or get too close because I could upset it. But a good bowl, brilliant last bowl or previous bowl by Pat Bird. He gets a single, stays alive in this grand semi-final,
Look at this. He just got that little feather off Aiden's bowl and really unlucky not to sit down and make it a 3 there, but well played. And look how far up the mat is now, Pat Bird. Important that he keeps the jack in play. He's indicated that's an indication that he's trying to change something. I'm not sure he's going to make it here.
I think it's going to
I
go
think you'd be
back.
right. Yeah.
Who's our marker for today?
Pauline.
Pauline Seaton,
Yeah.
who I believe farms in the Maniatoto.
Yeah.
From having talked to her earlier, these international officials have come here at their own expense, which is magnificent. Their commitment to the game, and they're always looking to try and improve themselves. So they love coming to these international events. And
Well, for our international audience, the Maniatoto, the trip would be, I don't know where she'd fly out from, probably a 3-hour drive to Dunedin, would she?
Probably, I
yeah,
imagine,
something
John.
like that.
She's
And then a flight, and they don't do direct to Auckland, I don't think, still from Dunedin. She
No.
probably went through Christchurch or Wellington and then another flight to Auckland. And then, of course, she's got to do it again. So you're doing that for the love of it.
Yep, and anyone who's familiar with the movie Power of the Dog, that
Jack wasn't up. Wow.
So anyone familiar with Power of the Dog, the movie, the Jane Campion movie, that was filmed in the Maniatoto.
That's
and
right. Yeah.
Some of the most magnificent scenery you're going to see anywhere in the world. Just a great spot. The odd little whiskey distillery here and there too, I believe.
I've sampled that. In fact, I think when I get home tonight, I might just have a wee look at that.
I think that's probably quite a good
Quite,
idea,
yes.
John. You know,
Definitely. I mean,
spend,
look,
spend a
I
little.
think, in fact, I might go right now.
oh, if you could just wait,
Yeah.
please. The score 1-5, and this is the first in that Pat Bird has led off in some time. Tried to deliver a short jack with the mat right up, unable to do so.
And very unusual to see both players lose the jack. You know, to see the jack lost so often in these games.
Still some activity in the top right of your screen. That's the match which is still in progress between Schreiner and Owen. First bowl there from Pat Bird.
And I can report that Schreiner is 3 up last end of the second set in that game, so doing everything right to find his way through to the final again at this event. He has such a good record at the World Champion of Champions Singles, and when you consider it's been played, the Champion of Champions Singles he's attended have all had slightly different conditions of play. It's a very impressive feat to so consistently feature at the pointy end.
Yeah, easy class act. Playing out of the Raymond Terrace Club these days in Australia, I think, and regularly on televised events from Australia. A loose bowl there from Pat Bird, maybe just wanting to try and make sure he was up and just ending up a little bit over.
Yeah. Just wandering around, muttering to himself. I think you can see the hat there of his the female representative, Claire Day, sitting in behind the glass.
It certainly hasn't been one of those, John.
No.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, you
Because
did.
it's been raining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Close here. Very close here, Aiden Takarua. What a good bowl.
Lovely shot. He's really dialed in, isn't he? You can sort of, he gets that glint in his eye, having played a bit with and against Aiden.
It's just such a smooth delivery all the time.
Oh, if he can lock in his first bowl,
Yep.
he's very, very hard to beat. Because he'll just keep doing that every end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, once upon a time, very, very aggressive player. But I think as his career has evolved, he's come to trust his draw shot a lot more.
Hasn't lost his drive, but certainly not.
Yeah, it doesn't
Not used
doesn't
as
use
often.
it as often, and doesn't need to when he draws as well as this.
And he'll back up what we're saying by drawing a second shot here on his backhand, surely.
Commentator's curse.
It's hit us a few times this week.
What do you mean us?
I'm including you, John. So Aidan just asking for the tee to be pointed out. So perhaps he won't be drawing a second shot.
Yeah, good game management here. You know, you're leading 5-1. It's only 7 ends in this set, so you know this is the end 4.
And when he looks at the board, 5-1 up.
Yep. Very smart. He's got last bowl, so you know if his bowler's taken out, he's got an opportunity. He's got a bit wide here, but he has got the backest bowl. Just
By about a quarter of a bowl.
yeah.
Wow, that was a big wide, wasn't it? So we have this situation where Pat Bird just comes down, not quite to the jack. Is he just studying the board there?
So he is 4. He lost the first set. He's 4 down in this set. It's end 4. Decisions here.
And yes, you're right, that is spots of rain you can see. Not too bad. It's not having any effect on the surface.
No, I think yes, you can just see a few little specks on the puddles on the adjacent green. Right, so this ball ready to keep him in the game, John.
He's going it. He's going the jack. He's going to miss the jack. Oh, gee.
So if Aiden can draw another one here, 6-1 after 4 ends as it lies. If he can draw another one here, it's going to be very, very hard for Pat Bird to get back into this game.
He's not going to die wondering, is he?
No.
He's played aggressively. He's taken risks, and he's taken his time over his decision making.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him. Really, really very considered, very deliberate.
So now's the time for Takaroa to put in a second shot.
Good line.
Or he might even pick up 3 here if he sits that one of Bird's. Oh, gosh.
Classy stuff.
2
here.
anyway. Yeah, very good. Gosh. So Takaroa continues towards victory here. I think Bird agrees with him that it's 2.
7-1.
7-1 with 3 to play.
Playing very considered bowls, Aiden Takaroa. 6 the difference.
Yeah, we have seen players come back from this during this week, but Pat Bird's playing against a pretty good opponent here at Aiden Takaroa, who really, as you said, Alex, looks like he's in the groove.
Yeah, I think we need something magic, and I'm not saying we're not going to see it because we have, but something magic required from Pat Bird if you're a Canadian supporter, and it's realistically going to have to happen on this, the 5th end, something magic this end. You feel like if he can't find a way to score a number here, the set's almost done and dusted.
Well, he's given him an opening.
That's how to do it. His first bowl.
He went long, and obviously they've just been playing slightly shorter ends the last couple of ends, so didn't make the adjustment. Line was good. And now we're going to see a bit of history in the women's final today. No, I don't think any women player has ever won it twice in a row. And so, great opportunity for Anne Nunes. There's Pat Bird, heavy but gets the jack. So, has the shot, and by getting it that close to the ditch makes it a little bit tricky for Aiden here.
A little bit of scar tissue perhaps, because we saw 4 bowls go into the ditch coming in this direction a few ends ago when the jack was pushed
Indeed.
back. Just watch it from the player's point of view. So there's his bowl.
He's played this pretty well, I think.
Needs it to pull up.
Yeah, well played, Aiden.
Needs it to pull up. Well played.
Yeah,
Good
very
shot.
Good vault.
Gee, that can't be all that far from the ditch edge. Lots of noise out there. People admiring the skill of these players.
Yep, a lot of people coming in. I suspect bowls has been cancelled in a number of clubs around North Harbour, so people are coming here to sort of watch this finale, and particularly to support Millie Nathan and her finally gets
Jack in the ditch.
In the bin. Oh, what a shot. He's played some outstanding bowls, Pat Bird, today.
That's
And he's got another bowl. He's got another shot that he'll be looking at already, won't he? Just depends what happens with Takarua's next.
and he has the advantage that his bowl on the green is a toucher.
Yeah.
So if he
exactly
does,
it.
if he does play it into the ditch, he's got a chance of turning it up to be a shot.
Pat's been able to play them when required too, but we spoke about the score, 6 the difference. Needed to play a good shot, and holding one.
So you see the white spot on Bird's other bowl, the one that's on the rink, not in the ditch. So that means that if it goes into the ditch, it's live, so he has the opportunity to hit his on to a bowl of Takarua, which is close to the edge of the ditch.
He's got one more bowl, doesn't he? I think Pat would be wise here to draw another second or third and then see if there's something to attack with his last bowl.
Yeah, but there's still quite a bit of room there.
Yeah, yeah.
Certainly the way these guys have been playing. He's just played a pretty good bowl down there to trail the Jack into the ditch. He's on another good line here. All down to weight now.
To the ditch he goes. Oh, well caught, Pauline. Slippery bowl. So Aiden would just be looking to draw a second shot. If he could drop a one here, it's good fishing. He'd be 5 up, second to last end. Done the work to have that advantage.
And the other semi-final looks like it's done and dusted.
Yes, it is. And I can report for those interested that it is Lee Schreiner through to the final, where he will meet the winner of this match.
Malika Nathan just passing our commentary position. Big contingent of Tongan supporters here, and people from her Birkenhead club supporting her today. It's a good bowl from Aiden Takarua.
So holding one, so 7-2.
I think Pat Bird's got to go for
I
Aiden's
reckon
bowl
so.
here, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and if he's narrow on his backhand because he's got the toucher, he could actually flick it into the ditch. So 2 chances to score.
Yep, he might decide to play it on his forehand and look to plant his bowl onto Aiden's bowl, given his bowl's a toucher, or he can play the other hand. Both good options. And having a chat to Claire. Just around, well, what hand do I play?
Decisions. So
Important one too.
so you're either playing to the right of your screen underneath the pink bowl to try and remove Aiden's bowl that you can see at the end, and if you're narrow, you might flick the red bowl into the ditch, or you play to the left of your screen with the intention of cannoning Aiden's bowl into the ditch with that red bowl that you can see a little bit of chalk on. It's one or the other.
There's a few options, aren't there, really? If he
One or
If
the
he gets
other.
a bit of luck out of this too, he could, there's a possibility 2 or even, 3 out of this.
What we do know is he won't be short here.
No. Yep. He's had a discussion about the shot.
Come onto your screen shortly from the player's point of view.
All those knowledgeable bowlers there are watching and they're all saying, no, he's...
Interesting weight.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't drive. I really am surprised. He's been pretty accurate with his with his shots, and that was if he was trying to sit that bowl clean with that weight, that's a pretty difficult shot to play,
Good luck.
particularly with that pink bowl just up front, which would always drive you a little bit wide with that sort of weight.
Let's see if he can get the jack into a legal position now. That is long enough. He's had the jack returned a couple of times when he's tried to go short.
Is he not getting too ambitious with the mat this time?
No.
Giving himself a little bit more leeway.
He runs off the mat after delivering the jack as if to say, I've got to get it down there. So he's hunting out the 2 metre mark and is pretty much there. So that's well and truly okay.
Should be fine.
See, we've got some representatives from WADA here. We'll be having some drug testing today, being a world event, as well as some representatives of the Integrity Commission, I think, are here. So part and parcel these days of running international events, but World Bowls being a signatory to WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency.
Very good. I seem to recall a similar thing at the last World Champion of Champions that we hosted in Nainai in
That's right,
2022.
that's right.
Suwei there. Right, was it up or was it not up? Can't see a jack being delivered.
It looks like it was up. So that'll be a relief for Pat Bird.
Needs 2 threes here because a draw's not good enough. He's trails by 5 in this set. If Aiden wins this end, that's that.
Yep, do or die here.
Now is the hour on the forehand. Of course, immediately after this final, or as quickly after this final as we can, we will be bringing you broadcast coverage of the women's final, where, as you said, Brett, history may be made. USA versus Tonga, and that's a lovely first bowl from Pat Bird.
Yep, Millie Nathan, of course, runner-up in the Oceania Challenge last week to Briar Atkinson from the New Zealand under-26 team. Millie was in fine form in that game, and it was pretty tight, and she's played some crackers today. And what a heart in your mouth experience in that 4-end tiebreaker, sudden death end against Steph Bramfield in the semi-finals. Unbelievable. 3 down last end of the tiebreaker, and you get 3, and then win on the sudden death end.
Sometimes it's your day. And we see Pat Bird playing with intent here.
Close.
That's a great shot. He's still a chance.
As you said, John, he's not going to die wondering.
No,
It's a man
absolutely.
who doesn't know when he's lost.
No, he'll just keep playing until he's out of it, and he's definitely not out of it with bowls like that.
Aiden willing this bowl just to run it out. It's a good shot in for second. Essentially guaranteed the most he'll drop is a 3 here because he's taken that short red out of contention.
And it's a great achievement for players like Ann Nunez and Pat Bird to be competitive on these greens, because in the US and Canada quite often 12 would be considered to be a handy green speed, 14 would be fast, and here they are very different conditions, but these players are very adaptable and they've adapted in fine style.
Needs it to hold.
That's
Yeah,
right.
good bowl, holding 2.
I think while we have sort of banged on about that, it's the same for Southern Hemisphere. Going to the Commonwealth Games, for example, the last Commonwealth Games, where those greens were nowhere near what Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans and so on are used to. I wonder what sort of... I know the New Zealand team, didn't they practice on
Croquet greens
croquet
often.
greens, to try and simulate what they'd get up there, but...
And there was a specially prepared green at Rocky Nook here in Auckland, where Jamie Hill's the greenkeeper, where they played a number of trial games and practices.
Now, Pat Bird will be wandering around down the back, hovering around the mat.
Look at time for chance. He needed to get
Yeah.
needs to get 2 threes to win this set. He should be holding 3 after this bowl, and then you're back in Aiden to miss. You put people under pressure. All you can do sometimes is hold the number of shots you require and see what happens.
Yeah, and pressure does funny things to players. You think how accurate Aiden's been in the last few ends, and this time, not quite as accurate, and Pat Bird moving the jack twice away from Aiden's bowls. So let's see what he does with this one. Can he really put the pressure on?
He's not going to watch it. He is not going to watch. Has he lifted his head yet?
Well, it's looking
If
pretty
he
good.
does, if he lifts his head, yes, he lifts it now, and he'll be saying, "Oh yeah, thank you very much." And now Aiden Takarua will probably go flying at this, even though he'll drop a single because Pat Bird's got the 2 metre mark.
I'd
but
be
he
frightened.
won't mind a single.
I'll be frightened you'd chip out the short pink and drop a 4. But I'm not as good as Aiden, so we'll wait and see what he plays. But
Okay.
Pat done all he can do.
Let's see what he's got in
There's a
mind.
toucher amongst that, or 2 touches amongst that.
He only
Those
needs,
2 are
he
both
only
touches, are they?
Yeah, and he only needs third shot to really lock up the end. Yeah, he's just drawing.
Yeah.
Just decided to keep the game tight, try and get a close shot on a good line. How's the speed?
Overcooked. Needs to stop.
He has cut out 1, I think, hasn't he?
That is a brilliant bowl.
Yeah, that is a
That is a brilliant bowl because it's the difference between going, I could drop another 3.
Out comes 1. Out comes 2. That'll be all.
Very good shot from Aiden Takarua there.
Yeah, really consolidated the position. Pat Bird needs to get a draw's no good to him. He has to get 4 on this last end to win the set to take it to a tiebreaker. So really smart play, I think, by Aiden Takarua there.
As you said, John, the instinct in that situation is just to go, I'll hit it.
Yeah.
But he took a step back and thought, no, do the maths. If I can draw 3rd shot, that means I'd have to drop a 4 to lose. And that means, conversely, that every single one of Pat Bird's bowls needs to count. I wonder if Aiden would be brave enough. He's a little bit flamboyant sometimes with his bowls. If Pat puts a bowl that's wide of the jack, 2nd or 3rd, Aiden may just rip it off and shake hands.
Yep. Yes, not unusual sometimes to see players look to put the jack in the ditch in situations
stay
like
on,
this.
Will it stay on? Or has he overcooked it?
Oh, it
he
did
has.
stay on.
Oh, gee.
Just staying on. All right, here we go. Still getting a little bit of a few spots of rain here, but the green staying in good order. We've been a lot of work done by everyone to squeegee the water off, and hopefully it'll continue to drain pretty well, with the prospect of 2 outstanding finals to come.
Yes, we'll be showing you the women's final almost immediately after this match. And then the men's final, with our program disrupted today because of the quite steady rain this morning.
Yeah, we'll do our best and see what we can come up with for the men's game.
Now that's a heartbreaker for Pat Bird, that first bowl. Because when you got to get 4, the last thing you want to do with your first bowl is drop it short, and a long way short. Tekarua's been in pretty good nick coming this way. Probably played a little bit better coming down towards the Browns Bay clubhouse. And let's see what he does with his first. On a good line. Well, that's pretty smart. You want to get past. Takes pushing the jack into the ditch out of the way, hopefully, for him.
What they're just doing is ask the umpire. We're just doing a check of who's got shot.
I mean, at this stage, I would say he just has to draw a shot. John,
Yeah.
just get a
Yeah,
shot.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I suppose it's also giving him time to focus a wee
Yep.
bit. Went back to his coach and probably just said, I need to get 4 here. And put the first one short. So what he won't want to do is move the jack back, because it'd be harder to bring a. Oh, he might have to. He might have to move the jack back now into his own front bowl. Getting more and more difficult here for Pat Bird. Needs a 4 to get up to force a tiebreaker here. Trails by 3, playing the last end. Takarua with his second.
On a pretty good line here.
So Takarua draws the shot.
And really all he needed to do was beat that front bowl
Yeah, good shot.
to make it very, very hard now for Pat Bird to win. He's got to find a way of making that front bowl count and not lose his bowl. So does he play it now to try and bring that bowl up, or does he just try and draw another shot and then hope he can work some magic with his last bowl?
Oh, he's winding
going-
up here. He's
yeah.
going to try and cannon.
Do or die here for Pat Bird in this match. Looking to strike his own bowl and knock that pink up, and he's missed it. And so that's it. There'll be a shaking of the hands, and it is Aidan Takarua of New Zealand, the New Zealand champion, who has beaten multiple Canadian singles champion Pat Bird in the second of the semi-finals. So our final at the 2024 World Bowls Champion of Champions singles for the men will be between Lee Schreiner of Australia and Aidan Takarua of New Zealand. Some highlights, and then we will have for you the women's final.
There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024, sorry, it's been a stressful day, World Champion of Champions Singles live here from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And as you can see with that wide shot there, we've been a frantic ball of activity moving the rink from rink 1 to rink 2 for this women's final. John, I'll let you tell us who we're going to see playing.
And you take a deep breath and calm down, Alex. So here we are. We've had these showers all day, and it really has been quite a testing time for everyone concerned. And so we've shifted rinks to rink number 2 for the women's final for 2024 between the woman delivering the bowl now, who is the defending champion, looking to become the first person to win the World Champion of Champions singles in successive years. That's Ann Nunez of the USA. She's had a magnificent tournament. She's been under the spotlight, she's been under pressure, and now I was going to chat to her, but they were really so rushed to get their trial ends down that we didn't get around to it. But I wanted to find out from her that when she left the USA and got to this championship, did she think she'd be in a position to positively defend her title? Well, here she is. I'd love to have known what her answer was. And up against her in the red is a woman representing Tonga, but who knows this area very well. It's Milika Nathan, who is representing Tonga and who knows all the greens around this part of the North Harbour very well indeed, the north shore of Auckland. You see there the rain, probably a little bit accentuated in our television cameras, but it's still wetting. And so we're watching these players now. I'm not sure, this might well be the first, it is the first end of course, because the marker hasn't moved in to retrieve them at all. So they're underway, and you can see our cameraman Max putting wet weather gear on as the rain increases. He's only just managed to get to that position. Our other cameras have taken a little bit of setting up, so you might see one or two little flaws in our coverage. But what the people here watching are going to see is a classy match between two players who certainly deserve to be in this final.
Didn't Millie have a close game in her semi-final against Steph Branford? Went to a fourth extra end.
And to be calm, and that's the expression she carries most of the time, is just calm, unhurried, looks relaxed on the outside, but I'm sure internally hemorrhaging as she as she gets to this situation. So what a thrill for her to be representing a tiny nation, really, and one which doesn't have great bowls facilities at all, but her brother and her father have been here all the time, great supporters of bowls. And Ann Nunez begins with the closest of the bowls, maybe 2 closer than her opponent, and she holds out 2 fingers, and Millie Nathan agrees, so the match is underway, and it's the woman who won this in 2023 has now taken the early lead at 2-0.
So we see some
Brave.
yeah, that's kind of interesting fashion choice there.
Well, I've got one of our sons has popped in here to have a look. He's tucked away inside, and I said, well, at least it's not cold. At least it seems to have got a bit colder. And he said, no, it's not cold, but I think it is. It's got certainly not a high temperature here at all. Our marker for the day is Margaret Eames.
We see the wind has changed direction, and the reason I know the wind has changed direction, John, is because we put umbrellas on the cameras down the far end from as we see it, because that's the way the wind was blowing the rain.
Yeah.
And the fact that the lens is now covered in water would indicate that the wind has changed direction out there today.
So I think now what we're going to see is some of those Bowls NZ people who are here just having a look. We put them to work with a cloth of some sort.
Absolutely. We've got it under control. Everything's under control. You see there the umbrellas in the background for those 2 cameras because that's the way the wind was blowing. But now blowing the rain and the direction as you see this camera facing. And Millie Nathan here, this is a close bowl, needs it to hold. Oh, found the gap, but well played. Had a really good couple of weeks, has Millie Nathan.
Oh, so it was she that got the 2 on that first end, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. I misread the bowls. I know, of course, that Millie is playing with the black bowls with the Tonga emblem on the sides. So a good start for the American. 2 balls hovering around the jack.
Very tight head here. And Millie with a real chance of promoting her own bowl. Well, that's just a well-played shot, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect. And you will see quite a bit of noise in support of Millie Nathan because there's a lot of Tongan fans here with the bowling clubs all shut now because of the rain. There's been quite a few arrive. Most of them are inside the building here.
And on the back end, having dropped a 2 on the first end, and this is on the tight side. This bowl and short, she'll be disappointed with that.
Really will be, gosh. So now also with the wetting, it becomes a matter of being comfortable with the bowl in the hand. And I was mentioning earlier that I'd played against Pat Bird at Brighton Bowling Club in the wet, and playing alongside in our game alongside us was Andrew Kelly, a New Zealand representative at the time, and he noticed that I was trying to dry my bowl before every delivery, and he just said, look, when it's raining, you've just got to learn to play with wet bowls. Just don't let it enter your mind that you can't bowl if the bowl isn't dry. Just bowl with a wet bowl. Let it sit in your palm a little bit more in the cup, more of cup delivery, and just get on with it. You'll soon get used to it. So that's what these players are now doing, both using rags to dry them off a little bit, get rid of the excess, but you can't really expect to have a perfectly dry bowl, although there's a substance a lot of players put on their fingers too that helps.
Yeah, it does help a little bit, but when it rains properly, it makes no difference.
No.
And Nunez going to make away. Oh, she's one of the dry rags. So swapping it out, fair enough. Challenging conditions here. Travelled all the way around the world to defend her title. Made the final. And on the head, John, looks like she's
Just
one down
One
there.
down, I think, yep. She certainly won't be playing the forehand to try and rest the shot out, because she could push them all back to her opponent. You see them, those black bowls all back here. A nice line for her. She's just going to go round rather than underneath. So a single there to Tonga.
And a good start for the Tongan representative, leading 3-0 now after 2 ends of 7 in this first set. Can see the men's final going on in the background. Lee Schreiner and Aidan Takarua. Australia versus New Zealand. A trans-Tasman tussle, if you will, in the background, and we'll try and give you updates as to how that is progressing. We had great plans today, John, but
Oh, yeah.
the bowls gods have not smiled fondly upon us on this finals day, and it's rained and rained and rained and rained and rained some more. And remarkable, really, that the green is still playing so nicely, a testament to the Browns Bay Bowling Club facilities.
Just what the umpires on duty didn't want, and that was to measure to see if this jack has gone the minimum distance.
Well, there's enough of them on duty. There's
Yeah.
quite a few scheduled to umpire for these different World Bowls finals. Sue Rossiter there, measuring at one end, and then the other.
Not up. So yes, that men's final just to the right there, you can see Lee Schreiner. We'll try and show you their scoreboard a little bit so that you might get an idea of what's happening on that far rink. It's
Yeah, we'll stay in touch. The concern is the weather's certainly not going to get any better as the
No.
day progresses, so it's about getting the games finished as quickly as possible. And obviously the final's been played concurrently for the men and the women.
So there, Alex talked about the great ideas, the great plans we had, and that was to show a couple of semi-finals, and by the time each one of those finished, we'll be on to the final.
Yeah.
We'll have a big build-up and a lovely presentation.
You were
and
going to
that
do
for
a chat at the beginning
yeah,
and a
for the women's
conversation
final,
at the
and
end.
then we'd be on to the men's final, and we'd have some spectacular bowls, but it's just a matter of trying to beat the weather now, and as you can see, it's puddling a bit, pooling a little bit already here, and we may well see people out sort of trying to get rid of a bit of that in between the sets, but I think the players have been quite comfortable with that. They'll play through that. So Nunes about a metre short with her first, the same as Millie Nathan.
How are you, John?
Nice ball. I'm going okay, mate. I know you were distracted. As you know, Alex alongside me. A lot of you might think all he does is commentate, but he is sitting here cutting the pictures that you see. So if you see the same shot for quite some time, it's because he's been distracted. So he does all that as well. So when you see the picture cut away from the one we've got now to this, that's been done by Alex. When you see the score change up on the top left hand, that's Alex. When you see, what else you do? If the audio levels aren't quite correct and we get a few messages from people saying, John's a bit lighter than Alex, can you do something about it? He's the one that looks after that.
So essentially everything that goes wrong is my fault, John.
Exactly.
That's what we're saying here. A great effort from Millie Nathan to roll out Nunez's bowl out. And I heard Crash Lander, the tournament director here, say to the players before they started, look, if you think the conditions are getting a bit slippery on the mat and the green, just tell us. We'll call you off and we'll squeegee the greens to clear it up. Because in that semi-final that Lee Schreiner played against the man he played it against, Ross Owen from Wales, he drove on the second end and just about slipped. So they are just aware of that, the administrators. The second go here for Millie Nathan.
Because what I said then about Alex Reid tends to suggest he's the only person here, but in our tiny little office from which we're commentating is Colin Williams over there, who, oh no, it's not, it's a Col over there instead, but often Colin Williams, who's got less hair now than when he started, and most of it's been ripped out from on top, hasn't it?
Yeah, quite a lot less here than when he started the event. Does a great job.
Yep.
Important bonus bowl here for Anne. Looking to score a 2.
Underneath that would be good, and she might well have latched on to the second shot and picked up a couple. Instead, though, it's a single. She's on the board. Anne Nunes, who won this event in 2023, the year after Taylor Bruce of New Zealand. Prior to that, it was Kylie Whitehead of Australia, then Joe Edwards of New Zealand. So New Zealand, Australia, New Zealand. Laura Daniels of Wales, Natasha Scott of Australia, Emma Saroji of Malaysia. So we go back those to a few more years from there, and it was New Zealand, Australia. So it was pretty much the Aussie New Zealand benefit there for a while. But a lot of other nations have been in and upset that particular sequence, and among those has been Anne Nunes of the USA. And could it be that for the first time we see the letters T-O-N alongside the winner? A long way to go in this game. You can see what I mean about the odd hiccup with our cameras. That looks like you are not on a sliding boat. It's just the cameras in a rush to get them set up. There were major issues. I can't believe that we've actually got to here.
Okay, stand by team. I'm going to make a debut on screen and see if I can clean camera 1 while they level camera 2. John, take it away.
Yeah, good. So nice start there from Nunes, the American. Absolutely perfect line for this. And Millie Nathan following up on the same hand, the forehand. It looks really as though the green has differed quite dramatically. They're both on the centre line, but taking very little green on that forehand now. So we've moved over to rink number 2. Nunes, and that's the wiping of the cloth by Alex. So he's just added that to his job description. This is so good. Change of hands here from Millie Nathan. Looks to be a good track too. What's her weight? No, it's just going to be short, and so she's a couple down here. It lasted well for about 30 seconds, Alex, so
I needed to get my steps up anyway, John.
did you? Oh, a look of exasperation here. Just overcooking this. Although going through that water, she might have thought that her weight wasn't great, but in fact her weight is great. That's great. That is good. That's 3 shots probably. And now Millie Nathan under a bit of pressure. Ooh.
On the backhand, I think she's overcooked this.
Yeah.
Well overcooked it. Flying. Beautiful track, but you can see here just how far past the head that bowl was, John. And a chance for Anne Nunes. Look at that, Peter Thorne, the coach. Spent a lot of time in the commentary booth recently, Peter Thorne.
Yep.
And he'll be offering some words of encouragement there. And a towel.
Yeah, conditions are not great. It's got the rain is steady now, but the players, even though they're not comfortable, they want to play this. It's, there's no option. They've just got to get out and get through this.
Oh, we play outdoor bowls, John, and this is part of it. You need to adapt to the conditions, and good bowlers can.
Oh gosh, Anne would be so disappointed with that. The line was perfect.
I do think as we see this green pull, John, that we may have our another break without predicting too much. But once the green starts pulling, that's generally when we want to be getting the.
Whoa!
Oh,
Gee.
she's done it.
Certainly cut them down. Did she go through too far? She may well have. However, it was certainly 2 and a measure to Anne Nunez of the USA. And as she paddles away up the green, she'll see that that's certainly changed, and it is a shot to the blue. It's Millie Nathan salvaging that.
Isn't it interesting as we see Hayden Takadua just to the right of your screen about to play his bolos? I was reminiscing, John, about the New Zealand Open singles final that we commentated on in Burnside, and Hayden Takadua won on that occasion to qualify for this event against Sheldon Bagri-Howley, and it was a similar day to this. It rained all day, and he played that final in fading light at the Burnside Bowling Club, and I see a short jack there. I'll never forget, I interviewed him afterwards, and he was shivering, and my ear was turning into steam, and his breath was turning into steam, and I thought, goodness, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And delivering the jack after Millie fell short. The jack will be impacted by the surface water. One of the things you can do with that, John, is you lob the jack over the puddles so that it doesn't slow down. A bowl isn't so badly affected because the bowl has a bigger mass. So with a light surface water, the bowl not so affected by the rain, but jacks definitely, as it starts raining, I've often been told by people who know what they're talking about that you're best to sort of lob the jack in front of you. And that's a short bowl from Millie there, and I think the surface water is beginning to have an impact here.
Without doubt, yeah. Even when she threw the jack up, but that might, and also you've got to account for the grip. It's something else to think about. It's a distraction if your bowl doesn't feel right in your hand, and concentrating well. Oh, this is such a disappointment that after days and days of fine weather here, we've landed with this. Now just a rush to get through the games.
Great bowl from Millie Nathan. Becomes a different sort of battle, doesn't it, in these conditions, John? You know, the players are not only fighting each other, but you're fighting the conditions as well. What's going through Anne's mind? She's travelled from America to defend this title.
Well, you see her delivery then. That was almost like she was running it, wasn't she? She was trying to get it up, right up there, and that's 2 metres short.
You'd almost argue, if you were Anne, you'd think you'd actually want to stay out there as long as possible, because as this green slows down, it becomes more what she's used to in America on those slower greens. I'd be saying, let's keep playing as this green slows down.
It's taking a while for it to get into the computer. So having taken all that time out here to get used to New Zealand conditions, she's now in danger of being defeated by conditions that she's probably more accustomed to. This looks better. This is a better line. Now watch it just fishtail down through here.
That's brilliant.
Yep.
That's brilliant
She's
from Anne.
kept it going.
Oh, fighting away here. These champion bowlers. And Millie thinking, oh, I'll switch to the back end. I think that's wise too, John. Seems to be, there's a track there on the back end. Needs to clear the front stuff.
And she does.
Well played. That's a great bowl from Millie Nathan from Tonga. under pressure.
It sort of upsets your style a wee bit too, doesn't it? You're trying to throw it.
Yeah, I think if we're looking for a positive,
Look at that from Anne. That's a real effort to get it out. She's looking to track through the centre line here.
she'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Millie continues to extend her lead. We're on the 6th end or the 5th end now, but the 6th end about to begin, and the score 5 shots to 1 for the difference. And I really do think that the best thing Anne could do is stay out here as the green slows down.
Long way to kick those bowls back. And what's the score there in that New Zealand match? It's New Zealand 2-1 ahead after 3 ends. That's the men's final between Lee Schreiner and Aidan Takarua. She won't be holding back on the jack this time.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You can see the water pooling in different places here. Oh, you find we get clever with the mat placement too. That's not where I would have put the mat, John. If you look where the mat's placed, it's directly in front of a large puddle.
Yeah.
Which means that upon release, your bowl's hitting a large puddle. Which is, yeah, right there, right?
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
not ideal. That's a silly
Yeah.
place to put the
2
mat.
bounces in the pool.
You sort of want to, well, it's worked well for Millie here, so what do I know? But the conventional wisdom is if there's a puddle, you put your mat in front of it, and then you don't have to worry about the puddle, John.
So she will have noticed that, I'm sure. That might have been a deliberate ploy, of course.
Maybe,
Because
yeah.
Anne's got to go through it as well.
It would work against me. I'd be irritated
Yeah.
that I have to push my bowl through a pool.
Good stuff.
Oh, what a bowl from Anne Nunez. She didn't mind the puddle, did she?
No. And you notice too that her
In perfect time, we're back, and I didn't have to continue my radio commentary. John,
No, you were doing very well.
I don't think I'd be cut out for it myself.
I know you can. There's a fair bit of make believe in radio. Make believe that what you're saying is absolutely accurate.
Like I've said, I did do a radio course once. It was just on the Jet Plenty Polytechnic, just as it was changing to a multimedia course, and they told me that I shouldn't have chocolate or drink milk before I went on the radio. And what I ordinarily do before a bowls commentary, John, is have a cup of coffee with
Yeah.
milk in it and a bar of chocolate. So I've obviously taken that well on board. Healthy.
Right, last end, 5-3. Millie Nathan of Tonga really heaving this down to get it around those 2 front bowls. And she does that.
I think that's closer than it looks.
Yes.
It's level with the jack, so it may be the shot, which is all she needs on this end. And Nunez really needing a bowl to count here.
She can't stretch any further out with her delivery. I mean, that's her typical delivery anyway, but this is really pushing this downhill.
Well
Or
played.
she might think it's uphill the way it's going. And that's good.
I would,
Gets through the gap.
yeah, I'd say what we have seen up till now is Anne's delivery that's been amended for our domestic conditions, John, and maybe she's been able to pull out her normal USA delivery here.
So Millie Nathan had her weight absolutely right last time. She finds up the green, and that might be enough to give her the shot. Maybe
It's
not.
It's
Close.
not. Oh dear. It's a stressful time to be a Tongan supporter. As we see the players drenched in the rain make their way down the rink. Millie's just going to go and investigate, and look at that. You can see that head there on the to the left. Very close head in the Australia versus New Zealand match, and Millie investigating. What do we think, John?
Well, I think she's happy that she's got one more to play. The red marker go up? I think it did. From
Yeah. So Anne's holding 1.
Yep.
She can draw to hold 2.
Yep. Square.
Potential to make a 3 if she promotes one of her short bowls into the head. Here we go, on the forehand. Making its way down the green now. How's the weight from Anne Nunez here to hold a draw in this set? She's not done it. She hasn't made it. It's not far enough. And we're going to see the first set go to Millie Nathan, I believe. John?
Yep, I can't see Millie anywhere. She's not going to play that. And it is 1. They're claiming a 1. That's it. She doesn't have to play the next bowl. That'll be the discussion. And so the bowls are being kicked back. And so Nunez gets a single on that 7th end, but it wasn't enough. And so the first set of this women's final in the World Bowls Champion of Champions singles.
Oh, and here we go. The CEO of... Well, not the CEO.
Goes the way of
CEO
Millie Nathan of Tonga.
Sorry, Bowls New Zealand CEO on a what's it called? Squeegee.
No,
on a squeegee.
Squeegee. And also the
Beautiful.
CEO of World Bowls.
Is not here. It's the president of World Bowls.
Oh, president of World Bowls. Yeah, he would have been. No, that's why he left. So the president of World Bowls, the CEO of New Zealand Bowls, trying to talk one of the umpires into doing some as well, but there's only 2 squeegees. So
This is good stuff, and you can see the waterweed that we have here, the Maniatoto waterweed. It is fine with water, really. You get the surface water off, and because it's quite dense, you're okay. And good of the players to ask for that surface water to be pulled.
So there's been some pretty good shots played under intense conditions here, getting through all that water down there, and they've brushed away as much as they can. Just looking down at the men's match there, you see Aiden Takarua looking like a drowned rat, and Lee Schreiner as well. That's what they're bowling through. And it's really only because of a time factor.
How outstanding is that head, considering the fact that you're playing bowls in a swimming pool?
Most impressed.
Unbelievable.
Looks like Takarua holding the shot there.
Oh, what a lovely bowl that was from Lee Schreiner on his forehand. So Takarua, as you say, John, holding 1 as we just await the women's, and it'll be the men's rank 2 being cleared of a little bit of water, and then play will resume immediately. You can see we've got some hardy souls watching from the sidelines with a large variety of umbrella styles.
So just repeating for those of you who are disappointed at, there's a one in and one out, disappointed that we're not seeing this match here live. It was our intention to show both finals. We were playing the women's one first, and that would have been live, and that would have been followed by the men's final. But we sadly had no control over the weather. We've got men there on standby with squeegees ready to race in and do some work on it, get rid of the water. Conditions the same for everyone. There'll be no moaning about it, apart from the fact that they'll moan because it was so wet, but it doesn't give anyone a favour or an advantage.
And Lee just having a look at this head. It's interesting in the rain how your shot selections can change. You've got the...
Watch him trekking through.
Yeah, the deviation of your bowl in the water is quite incredible. We should see some cool rooster tailing from this bowl of Lee Schreiner's.
Now he is an outstanding driver of the bowl, and remember we did hear that he almost fell over with a drive previously in this condition, but here he goes now, having a go down that centre line.
Oh, beautiful.
Into those.
Oh, how
what
good.
A shot. He was at least 1 down, and he could now be a couple up.
And hats off to Max O'Byrne, our cameraman, who did a magnificent job on a Frankenstein's monster of a tripod there to follow that run shot from Lee Schreiner. Beautiful work in the rain. Max and Aiden with the boulder salvage here, but he's at least 2 down on the head, and you can see there that scoreboard 4 down after 5 ends. So this is a huge bowl for the New Zealand hopes of winning this first set here at Browns Bay in the rain.
I'll leave it up to Max again. Well, almost put the brakes on it. Here he goes into the zone, is he? Or is he going to be short? Or is he going to be perfect? He's perfect!
Outstanding stuff from everyone involved, including the camera person. Beautiful bowl from Aiden Takarua to keep that set alive for New Zealand. And the squeegeeing begins in earnest here, all around the place.
It looks like some of those blokes are enjoying it.
Oh, you couldn't pay me to do that, John.
No, not in shoes anyway. I've seen some of the volunteers who were working this morning. They were in bare feet. They knew better. They just went out and gave it everything.
Doesn't feel
I think
like
what the idea would be, once you've done this, is to strip down and just go slide, eh?
Yeah, it's not the
Dive.
not the most organised squeegeeing I've ever seen.
No, 'cause it's,
Like Brown's cows wandering around.
it's someone said you shouldn't push the water through the water. You should be pushing it into the drier, less watered areas so that it spreads it a bit. Here we go. This is the last end of the first set. Takarua getting that shot with a wonderful bowl on his last bowl.
Must admit, it's satisfying to watch the bowl go through the water, isn't it, John? And it just flicks up the water like a little rooster tail.
So to score, Max, can you just give us that scoreboard behind you at the other end? You're doing well with limited capability here.
So we just watch Lee Schreiner's bowl make its way into the head first. I think the score, it must be 3 the difference last end, isn't it?
I think so.
Beautiful
There we
work
go,
here.
yeah.
So Lee Schreiner 3 up last end. Aiden Takarua keeping his hopes alive with that fantastic shot. And his bowl on the way.
Both these players have got such wonderful control of weight.
Yeah, good stuff there for the young New Zealander. Or youngish. I think he's 24 or 25. That's young, John.
Yep. Just looking inside here across from our commentary box, Millie Nathan is, I think she's had a change of top and she's trying to dry her glasses, and here's Schreiner's next bowl.
Oh, beautiful
Bang on
stuff.
again. These guys are playing great. I'd say that the marker, who is Steve Sargent, has probably got a spare spray container there, because there'll be plenty of work for him with these guys. One in and one out.
Following the bowl down. Aiden very focused.
So he's won that last end, so he was first to bowl this time. He's got...
Oh, outstanding from Lee Schreiner.
He's taken out all chances there, really, for Takarua.
So Aiden, decisions to make. He's got 3 bowls on the rank. He could potentially
Drive all 3 of
try
Schreiner's.
drive all 3 out. Either that or you play a practice bowl. But he's looking outside half, the left half of that front bowl of Schreiner's, to cannon the second one through onto the third. Clear all 3 and hold 3 on the green. But you've got metres of room. Lee's not going to miss that. You may be more wise to practice a bowl for the next end, John. Just play a nice shot and try not to lose your weight or your form.
So having the bowl on the 2 metre, that back bowl of his is probably the bowl for the 2 metre mark, covering the 2 metre. It's a pretty good shot if you can go through with the jack back there. See what he comes up with, this outstanding young New Zealander, the New Zealand champion.
Well, at the very least, we should see a pretty camera shot. This is going to be, well, there'll be some sort of speed on it. Yeah,
Yep.
very quick. Look at that. And boom! Oh, lovely try.
Yeah, that was the story. Go back, follow the jack back, and give yourself a shot for a 2. He does have a single there. Gosh.
Great scenes here.
Oh, how far across did that? Oh, yes, I'd still think Schreiner's ball
Yeah, he's not through
edges
down.
it out there, so he'll just put one up relatively close or in the ditch.
And we may see now, with that first set finished, the players just leave the green. Perhaps we'll get some communication to see how long the players are leaving the greens for. I would presume, John, it's just for as long as it takes to squeegee them off.
Yeah,
And
yep.
we've got people so well organised with those squeegees, I couldn't imagine it'll take more than 5 minutes.
I think they'll just go when you tell them to.
We'll just have a look and see, John, how the post-section draw, when I find the button to press. There we go. So this is the story of how we've got to where we are at 4:45 p.m. on a Saturday or whatever day it is. It's the quarterfinalists through to the finals. Anne Nunes defeated Australia, and Ireland on her way through, and Millie Nathan, England and the Cook Islands. And what an event it's been, John.
Absolutely brilliant. And most of those games have gone to tiebreakers, and we've seen some great play from those who haven't featured in the semi-finals. I mean, Sarah Kelly has played really well. She had to fight her way through to get into the top 3 in her section. Annika Skepis as well from South Africa. Really didn't fire all guns against Lainey McGorman, but McGorman was been in great form, and her match against Anne Nunes of the USA was, a stunner, with Nunes winning. Teo Jim, of course, played some good shots too against Millie Nathan, and that match between Steph Branfield and Saika was just another one to watch. A fantastic performance. Steph Branfield has proved herself to be the master or mistress, really, of extra ends. And that's the men. Schreiner didn't have it as all his own way. He drew the first set against Watana. Ross Owen had to really fight back against Izat of Malaysia. Wayne Roberts, I think he won the second set 11-0 or something against Pat Bird, but then lost a tiebreaker. And Takarua was sublime against Lewis King, who's had an outstanding tournament as well. So we've got to the final. Schreiner against Takarua. We've played one set. Schreiner won that by 7-6. They're clearing the water off the green to prepare for that second set. And the women will be back out soon. I just see... are you enjoying yourself out there, Anne? Is it? Oh, good. It's wet, isn't it?
I think there was a bit of sarcasm there from the American singles player asking for more rain.
Yeah, more rain. I want more rain. Yeah, there she goes. She's been a charming visitor here and a wonderful champion.
Fantastic competitor, Anne Nunes, and she'll have that second set in her sights. And you see the Tongan flag. Great stuff. What a day here, and how good to see, the weather is inclement, but we've got
People smiling.
people smiling, people here watching, enjoying themselves. There's 437 umbrellas of differing designs all around the place. The Spirit of Bowls.
I'm just looking out onto rink number 2, where it's pretty much covered in water. That's the one to the left, as you see. You can see lots of reflection from the water, and there's not much. It's just a light few spots of rain falling now, so that would be delightful if it did hang fire.
Well, we're hopeful.
I think these guys are just working up a thirst.
Yeah, I would be. They're doing a great job. Now we're hopeful, and you can see there the squeegees are very effective. It's not the end. New Zealand, we tend to play through the rain because the green keeps its integrity. It doesn't mean that you're off for the day with a bit of a drizzle. You can push them off and I'm not sure you'd find many sports, John, where the president of the world body and the CEO of the domestic one hop out onto a green behind a squeegee to clear it for a world final.
And there'll be a lot of people around New Zealand bowls who are saying, well, he doesn't do much else anyway, so...
Here I was just going to say something nice. I was going to say, isn't it, we like to pride ourselves in our Kiwi spirit, and we've got a New Zealander at the helm of World Bowls and a New Zealander at the helm of Bowls New Zealand, and there they are going, look, there's a job that needs to be done, we'll do it. But yeah, maybe you're right, maybe there are people saying, no. It's nice to see them working.
I think they've had it. So we'll be back into action very shortly here. Tournament which began on Tuesday with fine weather, slightly overcast and about 18 degrees, and the wind was the annoying factor. The following day the weather improved. It got bluer skies and warmer temperatures. Day 3 was even better. Day 4 was quite sensational. There was lots of sunblock being used, and today's day 5. So we've got water and rain falling, but it's actually, you look at that puddle there under the cameraman's feet, there's no sign of rain falling at the moment. So that's good. So we'll be back in action pretty quickly.
So a reminder, you can see in the score tick at the top left, Millie Nathan victorious in that first set, and we'll see the second set very shortly. Close enough to done, I would say, John. Just get them out there playing bowls. Look at that underneath the, they're supposed to be sun umbrellas.
It's what is, hey? You can't do much about it. Go well.
That's well, man, you don't sort of get the players coming to you at half time in most sports, do you?
No, no, we get it in
Millie
bowls.
Nathan just wandering out too. Now they've had the call that the rink is playable, or more playable. So just a reminder that the first set was won by this woman here, Millie Nathan, at 5-4. And the first set in the men's final was won by Lee Schreiner, 7-6. Their opponents must win the second set, otherwise they are runners-up. A draw is no good. I think that should be just about enough now. Otherwise, I'm going to leave and catch my plane, Alex. Yeah, come on, Brett, get rid of that little puddle. That'll do. Just can't see the bowlers down there yet. Oh, yes, Lee Schreiner's there. He's all ready to go. It's the old point of don't want to hang around and get cold. You may as well just keep on playing. It's a good idea. He's pacing down through his rink, taking note of where the water might still be lying.
And here we go. Great job done by club volunteers. And the green ready to go. Surely Aiden in the background there.
He's got the heart rate up.
I'd be tired.
I think if I was that chap there, I'd be saying, okay, that's all I'm doing. You just play, because I'm not doing any more sweeping for you.
Aiden, I've seen him look dry, and off they go. So the men's final is about to commence, which must mean it's been followed shortly by the women. And there we see Millie Nathan putting the mat down, defending a first set win. She can win this set. It's a world champion of champions singles title to Tonga, and history will be made at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Now, of course, they have to allow for a change in the surface, don't they?
Oh, be interesting to see.
Here we go. Second set begins. It's a new game. Although Nathan won the first 5-4, Tonga against the USA, she needs to carry on and at least draw this.
So they've allowed the players trial ends, which answers the question, John.
Okay.
So trial ends after that squeegeeing of the green, and maybe we will have to find a John version 2.0 to hop into the booth. It's all happening today. But a good decision, a sound call from the administrators there, because you're right, you've squeegeed the greens.
Well, they don't. Now,
Quite
the
different.
players will say, we didn't want one because we're right on target.
Yeah.
So trial end.
The players have been kept well informed of the decisions as they've been made today, all the way through by the administrators, and I think done the best that can be done considering the circumstances, and it's been a successful event. And look, at the end of the day, we're playing two World Champion of Champions singles finals here on a nice natural green that's still playing well. And there's a crowd, and the players are out there competing for their countries. So these trial ends continue. And it's been a great trial end for Millie Nathan. She'll be pleased with this. Just to get a feel for the weight, really, isn't it?
Yeah. That's another cloth that Anne's using, so she's brought out 2 or 3 more from her bag. Trouble with a break, of course, is you have to reset, so you've got to make sure that you haven't lost your concentration.
Yeah. Millie, a lot of support here. We've spoken about it before, but she plays her domestic bowls out of the North Harbour Centre, John, and Birkenhead Bowling Club. So a lot of people here down to watch will have 2 to support in the final. Aidan Takadua, the New Zealand player, playing alongside Millie Nathan. And we've explained it already, but I'll explain it again for those who may not have been tuning in. But clearly, if you look around, it's been raining a little bit today, and our broadcast schedule has had to have changed. Originally, we were going to do 4 rounds, 2 quarterfinals, women's final and the men's final. And due to the rain, we've had to truncate that, and it's just taken an order. So we were always going to broadcast the women's final first. So that's the one that we're broadcasting here. History could be made. The USA have only won 1 world event in the last 50 years. No one's won it back-to-back. So you've got Anne Nunez and Millie Nathan looking to take the first World Open title for Tonga alongside Leon Aiden. We clearly would have loved to have broadcast the 4 rounds, but sometimes it just can't happen, and it hasn't on this occasion. Proud of what we've been able to produce today, and trust that the viewers are enjoying the broadcast as we see the second and final trial end here as the players have taken back to the greens at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. The rain has eased off.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Oh, what a bowl from Anne Nunez.
Oh, it's been picked up. So we're doing 2 trial. I thought they'd probably surely just do 1, but no, we'll do 2. They're both in the zone, getting the green at least on these trial ends. I don't know that we've commentated on trial ends for quite some time. Or ever.
No, not ever, I don't think. But maybe it's something we should start, John. Probably not.
See, looking over at Lee Schreiner there, nothing changes. His style, his delivery, that concentration, all his processes, they're absolutely the same. treating every
This has
trial
been-
end bowl as a
What an outstanding
bowl.
end of bowls this
Gee.
has been. And they just keep getting picked up and taken away, these trial bowls.
Another one.
They're
Yep.
on fire.
Get the game going quick. I see it's raining heavier now, so this won't remain like this for long.
I always feel like I've wasted all my good bowls when I play them in trial ends. Oh, great stuff.
I don't know whether through the microphones you can hear a heavy Swedish accent coming out. It's from Pontus Palmqvist, who's represented Sweden here. He absolutely loves his bowls. Lives in Sydney, but he's been a charming guest again, and he's heading off now back home to Sweden. Yes, mate. Here he goes. Very good. Good to catch up with you. Yeah, absolutely outstanding. We'll see you next time. So he's flying.
Friendly, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, if we're going to see a continuation of this, here he goes now. On his way. He's got the big suitcase ready to fly back to Australia. Pontus. Yeah, look at that. He knows everyone here.
Great stuff. Special friendships are made, aren't they?
Yeah.
At these events.
Yeah, look at that, all the way down, and he's saying goodbye. As now the jack is picked up and we're into playtime here. 5-4, Nathan won the first. Score doesn't matter, it's just that she won it. Which means she has a big advantage. And it forces her opponent to win the second set. Otherwise, the title will go to the Pacific Island nation of Tonga. So let's see if the form from the trial ends carries on into the first end of this second set. Women's final of the World Bowls Champion of Champions singles. And that's a fine start there from Millie Nathan. Black bowls with the Tongan sticker on. This, the defending champion, looking to become the first person to win 2 in a row of this particular event from the USA. And Nunes, well, they've got no problem with their line getting through the newly squeegeed but rapidly deteriorating green.
We just need 7 more ends, John.
Yeah.
Joined by Brett O'Reilly. Brett, you've been out there amongst the players and the spectators. What's the feeling on the ground?
Wet.
Well, yeah, it's definitely wet. I can confirm that. I mean, we just wanted to get the surface water off, and we talked to the players about it. Always concerned about player safety. You know, you don't want players slipping, but also any time you start to see the water fins coming off the bowl, that means that the bowl's being impacted by the water. And so we could see that, and at that point, I think that's when the players started to say, "Hey, look, we need a hand here." And we saw the jack fall short a couple of times in the Nunes Nathan game. So hopefully we've only got, as you know, 1 set each to go in the 2 games, and we can get it off without the green getting too much more puddling. And I think the players are in very good spirits, actually.
Yeah. They can't. They know you can't do anything about the weather.
No.
Well, these are the stories that we tell over
Yes.
Barliness in
Yeah.
years to come,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
It's going to be that year at Browns Bay where we had lovely weather for a week and then we were swimming on the final day and they found a way to play well.
Yep. We'll remember Sharon Sims and Joe Edwards winning a Commonwealth Games gold medal in Manchester. In one of the games, I think they got a 6 and there was no bowls past the jack because it was just so, or maybe one bowl past the jack, it was just so heavy.
Good
Oh,
bowl
what
here.
a shot.
Oh, might just
Oh,
work for
unlucky,
him,
really.
not quite. And a lot of older rugby fans will remember the water test at Eden Park, All Blacks against Scotland, where tries were being scored from about 15 metres out from the try line. You just dive and slide in.
I remember talking to the great B.G. Williams, John, and he thought he was going to drown at one
Yeah.
stage. He got caught in the bottom of a ruck and
That's right.
was underneath about 6 inches of water.
Also,
Not good.
well, that's held up pretty well there for Nathan. So I think, without having seen any indication, that the Tongan player will be holding a couple of shots here.
And played so well all week, Millie Nathan, as we see. And Nunez, I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to make it.
But they're not swinging across much, so you might backdoor it with a perfect weight.
Well, it's half a chance.
Millie takes her glasses off, though. That's a problem playing with glasses.
May have done it. 1-2. And Nunez, beautiful speed. I do wonder, Brett, you know, we've spent most of this week talking about 18 to 20 second greens and how foreign that must be for the international players. It's interesting it must be an interesting exercise for Anne, because she's here now, and although this green's held up remarkably well, it's going to begin to slow down.
Yep.
Is there an argument that she might be feeling more comfortable as the day goes on?
Well, it was interesting. I talked to Peter Thorne, the Tonga coach, and he felt towards the end of the second set, Millie was getting a bit of an advantage because it had slowed down, and clearly, you know, she's there's, you know, from her plus 2 metre frame, she's got a fair bit of
Can push it.
yeah, she can push it. But yeah, you would think Anne Nunez, you know, the speed wouldn't be unusual for her.
Be a measure here on the jack.
So I think probably advantages for both players. But I think now it'll just come down to game management and making sure that the conditions don't get the better of them. We've squeegeed about as much water off there as we can to at least make the areas where they're delivering the bowls safe, and we've we'll hope that we won't get too much more puddling.
Yeah, and you could argue it's part of our sport, right? We play outdoor bowls, it's lawn bowls that we're playing here. We're outside.
And you and you recall when New Zealand last hosted the Champion of Champions a couple of years ago at Nainai, we had some inclement weather in Wellington, unusual that is, and we had to move inside, and many of the players didn't like the fact that they were inside, then outside, then inside, then outside.
Yeah, that was one of the bits of feedback from that event, wasn't it? That I would have preferred to have stayed in a consistent venue, which is what's happened here.
So we can see both players are struggling a little bit with the jack because the jack is getting just stuck in that water a little bit. But
Pleased to see Anne's place the mat in front of a dry patch. John and I were commenting in the first set, Brett, Millie, I think unthinkingly put the mat down, and it happened to be directly in front of a small pool.
it was.
Yeah.
It's the worst place to put a mat because you're just going to go
Absolutely.
straight into the water.
So I see Aiden Takarua has won the
First end.
first end of the second set in the men's event. I didn't catch the scoreboard, but we'll bring that to viewers as soon as we can. And here Millie Nathan on a pretty good line, but you can see the bowls just starting to pull up pretty quick now.
Well, I'm going to slope off. Brett, thanks for being willing to, with your new dry socks on, slot in. And sorry to leave you in the lurch, Alex. I'll be watching and listening to you on the way to the airport.
Oh, well, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, but thank you very much, John, for your efforts.
It's been a great week of bowls, and it's just been fabulous to see the national champions of all these nations playing to such a high quality. Small nations with no facilities, basically, competing here and competing very well against far more countries with far more facilities and coaching and so on, and bigger numbers. So it really has been a true worldwide contest. And to see Tonga in the final is great. And of course, to see someone like Anne Nunes back looking to create history here today. So thanks guys, and carry on. Cheers.
Thanks, John.
So Anne Nunes, her third bowl of this second end, scored one on the first, and she's a bit closer with this third bowl. You can see her really give it a heave, and that's a great bowl by Anne Nunes.
That's incredible.
Front toucher, and Millie Nathan now looking to swap over, I think, to follow Anne Nunes down on that backhand side for the right-handers. And she's on a pretty good line here, Alex.
This is very close. If it starts to pull up now as it goes into that, that is incredible stuff.
Absolutely.
The standard, Brett, has been exceptional.
And I think it goes to show, you know, players of this quality can adapt to any conditions really, and so yeah, we're still going to, despite the weather, we're still going to be in for a great finish here, as these two players really go toe to toe. And Anne Nunes has played another good bowl here. Just dropped short, but probably in the way a little bit for Millie Nathan. She may want to see if she's got 2 seconds. Yep, I see her coming up to have a bit of a look.
There's a lovely little gate, isn't there? The black bowl that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack, and the red bowl that sits at 1. They picked that gate on the back end with a bit of speed. I haven't seen Millie play enough to know, Brett, but what's her drive like?
She got a very, very good drive. In fact, probably one of the more powerful drives that you see in the women's game, and has tended not to use it so much in the last couple of seasons. I think the quality of her draw play has improved to the point where she doesn't need to use it that often, and so she's tended to play a little bit more with controlled weight. But let's have a look here. I think she'll come on that forehand side, and I think we'll see her come pretty quick. There we go.
The forehand. Oh my God. No. No. We don't clap that.
No.
And the bowls gods have smiled upon Millie Nathan on this occasion, and that's an incredible result.
Yeah, those shots are heartbreaking when you're the opponent. As we say, if you're up, you can often get a result, but as we saw, that was at the luckier end of the results that we've seen over the last few days. But
it's part of the game.
yeah, and Anne Nunes has been playing long enough to just accept that. You know, it's just one of those things you got to just accept that some players, get a little bit of luck. So now it's Millie Nathan on the board in the second set, playing the third end now, and it's Tonga. Malika Nathan, or Millie as she's commonly known, leading Anne Nunes, the defending world champion of champions, winner by 2-1 in the second set. Millie Nathan having won the first set 5-4, as you can see on your screen.
See if we can just have a look at the men's final score, as we're just seeing whether this jack is level or not. You can see New Zealand scored one shot, one up after one, so that's a final that's barely begun over there. Lee Schreiner and Aidan Takarua. Lee won the first set of that game.
He did, and it was a very high quality game. Both players, brilliant exponents on the draw, but also very, very good with their aggressive shots. And I expect that'll go down to the last bowl that game. They're both such brilliant players.
Just talented, aren't they? You see the name in the draw, and it's like, I might go and watch them play some bowls today.
I think one of the features of this week has been just the use of support, the support teams by the players. Anne Nunes with the US contingent behind her, coach, Charlie Herbert, her counterpart in the men's event, unfortunately didn't qualify, but they're very good friends. And Millie Nathan with Peter Thorne, the Tongan coach, and a number of other people here, her family here supporting her, father Peter and her brother Chad. And so there's a lot of advice there if you want it.
Absolutely. really cool community that's been built up over a number of years at World Bowls events, and based on what you've said in commentary when we've had you and Neil on, Brett, in your roles with World Bowls, it feels like that's a community that's only going to be growing in the next 3 to 5 years.
Absolutely. I think, one of the, we've talked about our aspirations to get bowls in the Olympics, and one of the unique things is that we have so many small countries that play, and for many of those small countries, the chance of them actually, getting athletes to qualify for an Olympics and other sports is pretty tough. Good bowl there from Anne Nunez, probably still one down to Millie Nathan. So the more we foster bowls in the smaller countries and also grow the number of countries that are members of World Bowls, the better it is for the sport and hopefully for our aspirations for Olympics and other events. Millie Nathan now with her third bowl. This is pretty close here.
3 very consistent bowls there from Millie.
Yep. You'll see the bowls tend to hold a little bit as they're coming through the area where there's water, and as they come into the area where there's less water, you'll just see them turn a little bit. So a little tricky for the players just to pick that. So Anne Nunez now trails 2-1, trails 1-1. Does she get her
Square.
front bowl?
Oh, lovely effort.
Well, she turns back her other bowl, so I'm going to call Tonga Millie Nathan holding at least one here, asking the marker for that. I can report in the men's final, it's Aidan Takarua leading 2-0 after 2 ends against Les Schreiner from Australia, remembering that Les Schreiner won the first set, and you can see the yellow mark on the board there. That signifies which player or country has won that first set. And here's a great bowl from Millie Nathan.
Oh, that's outstanding. That's 4 beautiful bowls she's just played there. Look, they're all in the same area, giving herself a real chance with all 4 of them and holding maybe a 2 there.
Yep, a little hard to see the angle of that bowl, but definitely one, we think, to Millie Nathan, as Anne Nunez, defending champion, plays her last bowl on N2 of the second set.
Just this bowl will come into view. Oh, up, but not over.
So just gets timbered on her front bowl. Now, let's see if there's a measure involved here.
Maybe. Yep,
Yep.
there is.
There is, so I think we've seen one taken out so far, or maybe that bowl's still there, so let's have a look. Anne Nunez, really no-nonsense player. Okay, so I think it looks like it was 1 to Tonga, was it? Let's have a look.
1 to Anne Nunez.
Anne
I think
Nunez,
that bowl
the-
was edged backwards
So
into the head.
So it just shows you how deceptive it is, just on the angle with those bowls. So we're back all square in the second set. Remember, we're playing 7 ends, and if the sets are tied, Millie Nathan having won the first set, then we go to a tiebreaker situation.
3-end tiebreak. Yep, that's correct.
And if the scores are tied at the end of the 3-end tiebreaker, which is exactly what happened in Millie's semi-final against Steph Branfield from England, then there is a sudden death extra end. So again, just checking the jack here.
It's
Players just having problems getting it through the water there in the middle of the green.
It becomes counterintuitive, doesn't it? And
It does.
one of the things we do in New Zealand to try and prevent that is you might start lobbing the jack a little bit.
Yep.
Get it to travel further in the air than on the ground so that it's not going through the water, because the jack is about, I don't know, an 1/8 or a 16th or maybe an 1/8 of the size of a bowl, so it is affected by the water more.
And I noticed Lee Schreiner actually was doing that in the first set of the men's semi-final.
Yeah, you have to.
He is doing that. So over in the men's, you can see Aidan Takarua looks like he has the shot. In that wide view, they're playing on next door on rink 3. So Aidan Takarua leading 2-0, and looking like he's holding the shot at this stage on the third end. So Here we go. Satisfied that it's up.
Yeah, I wouldn't measure it again.
And it'll be Anne Nunez to lead off on this fourth end, should I say, of the final.
Deep breath from Anne. Very tenacious character, isn't she?
She is as steady as a rock. She really is. She just she takes her time. Nothing much flusters her, and so she'll be she'll just be getting herself set, making sure that she calibrates what's happening with the water on the green and the need to be up. And so you can see with her first bowl, making sure she's over the head. Pretty good tactic in these kind of conditions. Millie Nathan has been playing the game for less than 10 years, but has made a stellar impact in North Harbour, where she's been very successful and a member of the North Harbour rep team, and she's been a starring player in the Tongan team in the Oceania Challenge the last 2 years. Last year getting a bronze medal in the Oceania pairs, and this year getting a silver medal in the singles, losing that final to Briar Atkinson from New Zealand. So no real surprise to see her being competitive at this level.
Oh, good bowl, Anne.
Millie's a primary school teacher, which limits a little bit her ability to play in some of the events around the calendar, but she's nevertheless built up a pretty impressive resume of titles in the time that she's played. Plays a lot with her brother Chad, and they've had a lot of success in the 1-8 junior ranks around North Harbour and Auckland. So Anne Nunez holding one here, N4 second set, and trailing by 1-0 after the first set went to Millie Nathan. And again, she's on a pretty good line here. This is going to get very close. Oh, superb bowl. Wow. So 2 to the defending champion. And Millie Nathan immediately playing with weight, looking for a connection. I don't think she's going to hold. No, just slides past. Stays on the rink, so it gives her a catcher, as we described them. So 2 it is to Anne Nunez. I expect she'll be trying to get past the head, just to give herself a cover bowl, and she gave that a good push. Don't know if it's quite going to reach, actually.
I mean, we think about the conditions here, and to put 2 bowls within an inch, it's just
superb.
It's really impressive, and it is it's a world champion of champion singles. Some might say, well, why are they playing out there in the rain? It's lawn bowls. It's a game for all conditions, and look how well these players are playing in all conditions.
And reminding viewers that these players typically have to win club titles and national titles to get here. They're not selected to play in these events. They have to win their way through. Typically, by the time they make this final, they'll be having they will have played probably over 20 or 30 games in their pathway to come through. Lots of section play games here over the last 4-5 days at Browns Bay. So Millie Nathan probing down there.
Oh, look at
close.
this.
Have a look at this, folks. Is she going to hold?
Oh, I thought she'd done it there.
So did I. It was very close. She may have reduced the count to 1. Anne Nunez having a good, one it is. So 1 to the defending champion, and she gets her head in front, 3-2, after 4 of 7 ends of this World Champion of Champions final. Marker Steve Sargent moves the mat that had been left down the other end. I think Anne Nunez had already come up to the head, so Anne Nunez will be looking to bring some mat up. So maybe looking for sort of slightly dry area to deliver from. And Let's see if she can. She's having a smile, so I'm gonna. So I'm guessing she got it up. Just maybe, could be. Steve Sargent just pacing out how far up it is. That looked like about 4 or 5 metres over the minimum mark, which is marked by a bit of chalk, and you can see the maximum mark in the bottom of your photo.
And we have it again.
The umpires have been very busy in this game.
Well, it's good that they actually get the opportunity. You know, they're wearing these wonderful-looking international technical official uniforms. That they're pleased to be wearing, and nice to actually see them being utilised in this final. It would be a waste of time if you've travelled all the way at your own expense from around the country, Brett, to sit down and twiddle your thumbs all day.
Sue Rossiter and Pauline Seaton doing the business. And let's have a look. The jack's coming back, so it wasn't up. Well, it was pretty close.
That's fantastic. It's fallen short.
Yeah. So
not as easy as it looks.
No. So Millie Nathan grabs the mat, and she'll, I think, march back closer to the 2 metre mark. She prefers the longer ends. And let's see if she can get the jack up there. Oh, you can see she got it
clever.
a bit aerial.
Yeah.
That was clever. Got it up in the air.
I would almost guarantee you that Peter Thorne, who's an experienced campaigner, might have just said to Millie, "You guys are struggling with your jack throws. Think about lobbing them."
Yep, just get it up. And look, I'm sure the greenkeeper Brendan Kelly here at Browns Bay won't mind, because he knows, it's pretty problematical for them. So Anne Nunez with her first bowl, and just not going to quite get out of that wet area on the rink, but falls 1.5 metres short. Over in the men's final, it's Aidan Takarua from New Zealand leading Australia's Lee Schreiner 3-1. Couldn't be tighter after 4 ends in terms of 1 per end, and Lee Schreiner having won that first set of their final. So 2 pretty tight games here, and don't be surprised if we see that game go to a tiebreaker.
Oh, absolutely.
So Anne Nunez swapping over to the backhand, obviously feeling like Millie Nathan's bowl might have been in the way a little bit, and that was a pretty good decision because she's played
nice
a good bowl, just coming up about 1 metre short.
Just got that look in her eye, Anne Nunez, doesn't she? She's thinking, well, I won this title last year, I'm not letting it go easily.
Incredibly determined. Millie Nathan now, she's going to be pretty close here, I think. Yep, here's a good bowl from the Tongan player. Oh, just slides past the jack, gets a touch on it. And you see Steve Sargent, the marker, marking that, and Nunez checking who's got the shot, but I think she'll find that she has. So it's tight.
I don't know. We'll wait and see if there's any indication.
So just pulling up short there. So I think it's Anne Nunez holding 1. But plenty of room for good players even in these conditions. So Millie Nathan out on her forehand on a pretty good line here, a little bit more green than last time. And that'll start to turn now, and that will be
That's
the
outstanding.
shot.
What a bowl.
It's a good bowl. Yep, so Steve Sargent indicates that Tonga are holding the shot. Red flag, but the blue player in this final.
Yeah.
So Anne Nunez, her last bowl here. Don't think she's going to quite reach it, Alex. I think she's just going to get caught on that front bowl.
Short in
and
the
she
rough.
does.
It's 4 okay bowls.
So 1 it is to Tonga. Millie Nathan with the opportunity to draw another one, and any movement on the jack favours her. So again, out on a pretty good line here. Starting to break now. Well, we'll have a look. It's a bit hard to tell from our position whether that's the second shot or not, so let's wait and see what the players players tell us. Oh, out comes the measure again. So Anne Nunez obviously feels that, you know, it's worth a measure. So what do we got? 1. And we got 2. Nope. So 1 it is to Millie Nathan. We're all tied up here. 3 all. 2 ends to go in this enthralling and challenging World Champion of Champions singles final. Millie Nathan of Tonga playing Anne Nunez of the United States.
I love that.
Yep, Millie's getting the jack airborne again, and so I think she obviously feels that's the way to get it up, and she has. So this time the umpires will not be required.
Yeah, legitimately. I mean, I know it looks ridiculous, Brett, but you've got pooling water. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely it is. And so Millie with her first bowl on end 6. We're down to the business end. 2 ends to go. World Champion of Champions singles final. Millie Nathan 1 set up. She needs to draw or win this set, and then she is the World Champion of Champions winner. And just pulling up short with her first bowl. Of course, the longer the jack, also the more water to go through, and so that's going to be a challenge for both players. And Anne Nunez has played this pretty well. That's a great opener from the defending champion. Millie Nathan, expect her probably change her hand, and she has. Bowls aren't turning a hell of a lot now, so they'll be looking to try and get as close as they can. She's played a good one here, Alex. That's a top bowl from Millie Nathan. So 1 to Tonga is my call. We'll look for the signal from Steve Sargent. Yes, 1 it is to Millie Nathan. And Anne Nunez lining up her second bowl. Looked a little narrow out of the hand.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
So
Cutting across the green.
yep, even though it is slower, you still do need to take green. So Millie Nathan just checking with Steve Sargent, the marker, how far away her bowl is. Everything to play for there to turn her own bowl over or just come down and come past it. And she's on a pretty good line here if she's there. And there you just see that impact of, you know, you get in that water and it pulls them up. So 1 it is to Tonga. All square, 3 all. Second set. Anne Nunez. What can she do? Such a determined player.
Oh, I've been so impressed with Anne. You know, it's incredible tenacity from a country that is not one of the powerhouses of lawn bowls, never has been.
No, they've had a couple of World Bowl successes back in the 1970s and early 80s, but by and large, it's a niche sport in the US. Something we'd like to try and change from a World Bowls perspective, and we're hoping the US Open, which is one of their pinnacle events, we're hoping that will join the World Bowl Series next year. That's typically played in Arizona. And there's also in the past been some international tournaments in California around Los Angeles. So we're hoping that we can have a couple of World Bowl Series events.
Yeah, great.
So Millie Nathan now, her last bowl, and she's playing down with weight. Should be looking to try and get past her bowl.
Oh,
well,
I thought it bogged.
I thought it was weight, but actually I guess it's just the weight is required to get it through the water here. So it's still Millie Nathan holding 1. And what does Anne Nunez do with her last bowl, Alex?
It's worth going at. There's a little gate there. There's a red bowl and a black bowl. Red bowl sitting at 12 and the black bowl at 2. You find the gate, you could clip out Millie's bowl clean. There's a small chance you could get very unlucky and remove your own but I feel like the follow-through bowl might go well there, Brett. So I think attacking is the answer to your question.
Yep, I agree. I think you've definitely got to be reaching the head in these conditions. As long as you're not going too quick, it would be hard you think for your bowl to move completely. Anyway, let's see. Here's Anne Nunez.
Needs it to hold on.
I think she's pulled it. She's going to get a Tonga bowl. No, she's going to get nothing.
Underneath the line.
And you often see when players are pushing for weight, you just tend to play across your body, particularly on your backhand.
Well, here we go.
Here come. It is. We're going to have a good look. Out comes the measure again. In the men's final, it's Aidan Takarua leading Lee Schreiner 4-1. They have 2 ends to go, playing their 6th end as we speak. One it is to Millie Nathan. So Tonga pops in front. So Millie Nathan, the scenario here, Millie Nathan leads the second set 4-3. She only needs to draw this set, so limit Anne Nunez to 1, and she is our world champion of champions singles winner. But folks, don't think that's easy. Not against a player of Anne Nunez's quality. And again, I think we'll find the jack is not up. No, they're just checking. No, it's not up. So Steve Sargent delivers that back. All right, here we go. So Anne Nunez now with the jack, and she's given it a real thump.
That's great.
That's great. I mean, that to be able to throw a long end, that requires a lot of effort.
You're just thinking, I'm back home.
Yep, I'm on a 9-second grass screen, and it's been raining.
Yeah,
right.
fine.
Let's give it heaps. Now, what can Millie do with her first bowl?
So on the forehand.
Played this pretty well, Alex.
Oh my goodness gracious me,
played
that
this
is a
pretty
bowl.
well.
What a bomb.
Oh,
Outstanding bowl from Millie Nathan in the rain at Browns Bay, a 2 metre to 2 metre length.
back toucher.
Crunch time, you're 1 up. Wow.
Yep.
Oh.
Wow, indeed. That's as good as it gets in these conditions. Anne Nunez now on a pretty good line too. Just going to slip past. But that's a great bowl. What 2 brilliant bowls.
Look, these are they're both champions. You know, it's something I've noticed this week, and it makes sense because they're all national champions here. No one here knows how, they don't know when they're losing.
No.
They don't know when they're losing a game.
So Millie Nathan just having a chat to Peter Thorne, her coach. I think she'll change her hand here. I think she's got such a good bowl. She won't want to risk moving that jack on towards Anne's bowl. So, yep, you can see she's coming down on the backhand side, starting to break in now. And just pulling up a couple of metres short, maybe 1.5 metres short. So, early advantage to Tonga. Last end. Tonga is 1-0 in front and 1 point in front in the second set.
This is tight. So, Brett, if you're Millie, is it just about trying to... You're okay to drop a 1. She's okay to drop a 1. You drop a 1, you win a world title. What do you do?
Well, I think she's got to get something past it. But, of course, the challenge always in these conditions is that, you don't want to disrupt the head. You've played a brilliant bowl. You've got the shot. You're lying game. So, yes, you want to get past it, but you don't want to risk disrupting the head. And, of course, the bowls aren't turning much. So, you've not got a lot of leeway in where you go. So, Millie Nathan now coming down. She's going to just slip past the bowl of Anne Nunez. That's a good bowl. That's a very, very good bowl by Millie Nathan. Covers the Anne Nunez bowl. And so means she's got 1 past. And so now the pressure goes on Anne Nunez. She's really got to get with this bowl some disruption on the shot bowl or the jack. She's on a good line. Have a look at this, Alex.
She's close.
Have a look at this, Alex. Have a look at this.
Oh,
that's-
unlucky not to be holding 2 there from Anne. What an outstanding endeavour that was.
And more importantly, she's given herself a chance.
Oh, she's freed up the bowl, hasn't she?
She's got a chance now to whip that bowl out clean, and I'm going to call she's got 2 seconds. So Millie Nathan, I suspect she'll be trying to draw another shot here and probably get past.
Oh, the pressure. This is what it's all about here. Needs to have a second shot, needs to be holding second, or your bowl could just go out clean, and Anne's going to have an opportunity.
Well, again, not a bad bowl there if there's jack movement. But Anne Nunez has the opportunity here. If she can take this bowl out, she will win the second set and will be into a tiebreaker situation. So, hold all tickets.
Oh, it's come down to this.
I imagine she'll just take her time. I imagine she'll play the shot on the backhand.
To the right as you see it on screen.
Let's have a look.
To salvage an attempt at back-to-back world titles. Anne Nunez, one bowl.
Getting herself set now. It's on its way. It's close. Is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? No, it's not going to hold. And Malika Nathan from Tonga is the world champion of champions singles winner.
Outstanding stuff, and thank you, Brett. And just for our viewers' information, our Sky coverage is coming to an end, but we're going to continue broadcasting on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and get the final result from the men's singles. Congratulations to Millie Nathan, World Champion of Champions singles winner. You can find us on YouTube very shortly. In the meantime, sit back, relax and enjoy as we watch some highlights from that match. Welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage there, and you can see there we were trying to get what was hopefully going to be a tie-break ending for the men's final, but it's over, and Lee Schreiner is a world champion of champion singles winner yet again. Brett, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, great performance by both players actually in very trying conditions. We saw a really high caliber game, and it was really, nothing in it between the two players, but Lee Schreiner just maybe a little bit of experience, a former winner of this event, semi-finalist 2 years ago when it was played at Nainai. He's been in a rich vein of form, having recently been re-selected for the Australian high performance squad. So congratulations Lee Schreiner from one of the Raymond Terrace Club in Australia. And congratulations Aidan Takarua, one of the young guns of World Bowls, one of the young guns of New Zealand Bowls, was in outstanding form last week at the Oceania Challenge, where he secured a silver medal, and again that'll be the colour for him today. But definitely he played some very, very good bowls. And so for Lee Schreiner to win this World Champion of Champions event twice, that's a very, very fine achievement by the Australian. So today it's Oceania, which is our home patch, and it's a win by Australia and a win by Tonga, Alex.
Yeah, great stuff. And just before we close off this YouTube broadcast, this is the end of, it feels like it's about 50 days, but I think it's 10 or 11 days of broadcast for the Bowls New Zealand team. So I'd just like to extend my gratitude to Colin and Cole and Julie and Max and everyone else who was involved in helping us create a successful broadcast. It's been satisfying to be able to showcase our sport live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, and we look forward to doing it all again in January.
Yeah, Alex, on behalf of World Bowls, thank you to you and the Bowls New Zealand team, both the team and the production, but also the team who have been out front running the event. Challenging day today, given the rain and the conditions, but we got through it, and we got through it with some fine bowls played despite the conditions. And I think we have two very worthy World Champion of Champion winners tonight, Lee Schreiner from Australia and Malika Nathan from Tonga.